Good morning and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open Cup presented by Blizzard, AEL, and of course supported by Maccas. We are in the second week of play, and today we have the pleasure of viewing the Queensland Conference. Joining me again for today's play is the Wandering Bard. Bard, did you manage to stay dry this week, or did the wicked weather claim you on the East Coast?
I guess I was claimed, Mendrix. I definitely got caught in a snappy downpour. I don't know if you could call it a shamanic spell or not. I wouldn't give it quite that much credit, but it definitely soaked me through and my groceries. Nasty little timing there. You know, if normally you just run home, right? If you're within walking distance, but you're already laden down with just bags of all your goods for the week. You don't really want to get them wet, but there's nothing to do. You just got to kind of lower your head and power through it. And I imagine that's what we're seeing our competitors do today. You know, against stiff competition, lower their head, power through.
Exactly. I mean, we're just going to be starting to get into it as well. We can pretty much jump straight into the action very shortly as well. First up is going to be Scorpio up against our good friend here. I believe it's Leader of Cola. And I believe Scorpio in the past actually has played in the tournament when it was in its university iterations as well. So it's really good to see a player returning into the competition. Of course, completely different meta that we had from before. And a few changes have come into the mix. Aggro Torn Druid still pretty much top of the table, I believe sitting at a 62% win rate. But that Quest Warrior is now beginning to push a little bit further in terms of the further decks or the favored decks as well, is now around that 56% win rate as well. So a lot of changes happening in that sense, but still what we expected to be strong is still remaining strong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not that the aggro druid was ever going to disappear, but I have also noted the rise of the secret Libram Paladin, right? We even had a little preview of this sort of thing with our winner interview last week from the WA qualifiers, sort of talking about the cycle of aggro to control. And that control deck does seem like it's on the rise slowly. Obviously, there's a lot to overcome in terms of the pirates and the druid taunt minions, but they're getting there. There's a secret Libram deck in the matchup that we're about to view, although it appears, been banned out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just having a quick look at the bans here, it is going to be Scorpio getting rid of that secret Libram Paladin, which I know you even mentioned before we jumped into it being live and said, one day I'll see this Libram Paladin be used. One day I'll get the opportunity to actually see what's going to be played in competitive. On the flip side, though, the Taunt Druid has been banned away by Leader of Caller for Scorpio in this case as well. So looking pretty good in that sense there. But we are going to be jumping into the game by looks of it as well. Players are ready to roll, and jumping into it's going to be first off the bat seems to be the Quest Mage going up against, I believe, to be the Warrior.
Yeah, both players bringing this warrior deck, and you sort of mentioned that's been the big mover since our last event, right? Like, obviously it was played last week, but this it seems to have really cemented its very strong matchup.
I think is it the Warrior or is it the Shaman? That's the Warrior. Cool. No worries. Wanted to make sure.
Yes, so we've got the warrior deck on the line here, and against the mage, I don't know who's favored there. It looks like it's a quest mage favored matchup pretty heavily. Maybe the worst matchup for the warrior among the commonly played decks. So bit of a coup to not only sneak that through the bans, but also land that matchup to start the set.
Yeah, and it's really interesting with the Quest Mage as well, because it is one of those decks that doesn't really have a very huge win rate, but it sits there right at that 50%. Seems to be a good stopgap against all the real popular decks at the moment. So if you have been piloting it relatively well, you do understand all of its core strengths, you can find yourself in a pretty favorable position against players who typically have an easy run when they're playing. They're really high up their win rates, because normally it's very straightforward. I play my cards, I start doing damage to face, and hopefully I hit my quests right on the same mark. Similar with the aggro Taunt Druid, I'm just going to play as many efficient minion cards as possible, perhaps throw a few little buffs their way and let them go. Things are a little bit more finesse on the side of the Quest Mage. They actually have to really manage the resources appropriately, make sure they don't use all of their wave clear, or perhaps use up all of their disables or clear kill spells right off the bat, and then make sure they also have a little bit of ammo left to, of course, finish off their opponent when it does get towards the end as well. So everything is about managing those resources a little bit more appropriately, and as we can see here, that Sorcerer's Gambit is also going to proc at that end of play there, and a few more quests, or that quest chain will continue to move up the line.
Yeah, very important to get that quest proccing, as we found out last week, right? We saw that the winning lineup from last week have a quest mage feature as a counter to those popular minion-based decks like the warrior, like the druid. But unfortunately, it misfired both times it was played, and so luck is obviously a factor as well. Like you mentioned, managing your resources, but part of the challenge is that there is RNG. The resources you're managing are not consistent from game to game. You have to improvise a little bit, and sometimes you get more to work with than other times. Although, judging by the last couple of turns, that big fire clear that we had last turn really set up, the ability to keep pace on board while also developing the quest line, and that seems to me to be the biggest factor. Now we've managed to fully devolve this minion, and with 23 life, that looks like a healthy buffer for someone who's about to move on to the third part of the quest.
Well, pretty good in that sense as well, and you do like that idea. It also has a relatively early Incanter's Flow, which is being hovered. It will be played, and that means that the rest of this deck just got a hell of a lot more efficient here as well. So Leader of Caller really liking this start on this Quest Mage.
Yeah, could have gone for the Brain Freeze there to complete part 2 of the quest, but it doesn't necessarily reward you that much, right? You get one spell back, whereas casting the Flow, it's trickier to fit that one in, and sort of recognizing that you'd had a full clear and got 3 mana still left over, that's the kind of situation you can't pass up. So going for the Flow there means that not only will completing the quest be easier, but it will be easy to actually win the game in a quick fashion once the quest has been completed, which, that warrior clock is going to be hounding you every step.
And we can see here that clock is now really starting to tick. A lot of face damage going to the way of Leader of Caller, down to 16 HP as well. So probably does need to start thinking about a little bit of defensive measures there just to make sure that some ridiculous damage doesn't come out of the blue. There is no Mr. Smite at the moment, but of course that can be played in the next turn if it does happen to be top deck. And it is being played here by Scorpio as well. So that does mean that Scorpio might be able to just come through with insane amounts of damage. And if Leader of Caller has no actual backup plans in place or defenses set up in the line could just be OTK'd in these next couple of turns.
Yeah, that's the one thing about playing this sort of Quest Mage deck is that you don't have a lot of defense against Mr. Smite. You know, there's the Apexis Blast in hand with a bit of luck that might summon you a Taunt Minion, but other than that, I don't know that you're really getting much done in that situation. That being said, we do manage to, you know, tick some boxes towards part 3 of the quest. Of course, the final quest in the quest line, that rewards Arcanist Dawngrasp. And after that, you imagine these spells will close things out very quickly. 2 water elementals as well off that deep freeze. It's an expensive one, but if we can get up to that, that might be your safeguard against Mr. Smite. So it looks like Leader of Kola might be able to ride the fine edge of this mage deck. Although that's a nasty board now that the Scrap Imp has woken back up from dormancy.
Yeah, let's see what happens as a play here now. We are going to just be seeing a little bit of a chill now across here. He's thinking about what could possibly be in the back pockets of this. He only has 4 cards in hand for Leader of Kola. On the flip side, Scorpio, it does have a decent hand. They're just continuing that card draw very effectively. Harvest Scamps, happy to sit back and relax for the time being. He's still thinking through, I guess, what will be the most efficient play here. Checking to see if perhaps maybe that lethal is in hand. I don't believe he does have it for the time being in terms of looking what he's got. And still does have that coin in hand as well, just to really amp up a little bit of extra tempo if possible.
I imagine we'll see you go. Surely you go for the coin here. Oh.
See. Nope, it's going to be
armoring up. Okay, I guess that's one way. I thought, okay, time to push the issue because there could well be the quest off this time. Oh, this is an interesting line. Do you go for the Incantus Flow here? It's surely you can't afford to. And yeah, we're going to see him try to complete the quest while clearing the board. Has to discover a Frost spell. Does find Ice Barrier. That's huge. That's the last piece of the puzzle. He didn't have a Frost spell without that hit. So now this will be Leader of Kola completing the quest. 2 mana left over, though.
Could be, you know, just happy to throw in that Incantus Flow as well, just to make the rest of the deck a little bit more efficient, is going to be the case as well, so we'll drop that in. And this was really good for Leader of Kola, because not only did he just complete the next set of that quest line, get that Arcanist Dawngrasp into hand, but also, at the same time, managed to dig for a little bit of extra defense that we're talking that was needed before. Having that Ice Barrier in hand, given that extra armor, does mean that he's not going to be at complete risk of that Mr. Smite coming through, you know, just to cause like quick damage. And it is still yet to actually make it into the mark as well, which means that a little bit of annoyance here for Scorpio, not really having all the key pieces of the puzzle going forward. But we'll pop that secret. We'll get that Ice Barrier up now in the process of doing this. But now Leader of Kola means him having a little bit of extra time as well will allow him to actually drop that Arcanist Dawngrasp into play. And look at that Fireball as well. That's really going to get an extra bonus damage because it is going to be a 2-cast Fireball, a 2-mana cost Fireball with the Dawngrasp in hand. A lot of big damage can come out of Leader of Kola straight away.
This is going to be the climactic turn, right? As you said, a lot of damage coming up, but like how much is a lot? 35, right? Because that Ice Barrier, it's kept Leader of Kola alive. And Scorpio, you know, in turn has sort of been playing slightly conservatively, knowing the hand wasn't great for trying to absolutely, you know, rush down the Quest Mage deck, and has been armoring up over time. Has been playing these mid-rangey sort of minions. Although this is so many cards drawn there, and now all we have to do is find a lethal. The fact that the 2 flows have been fitted in as well to the sequencing here. Everything in this deck has to come together for it to fire. But now that you've got that all lined up, very, very powerful stuff coming out. Not a lot of outs, it looks like, for Scorpio here. You have to imagine next turn will be one.
Yeah, you can imagine it being the case as well. I mean, look at all that. The Apexis Blast as well is going to be doing a ridiculous amount of damage, and who knows what might actually come across into the next hand. I mean, if he does get, I believe he's still got a few refreshing waters as well that can be played for free, because he's played 2 Incantus Flow on the back for this. Is allowing an insane amount of card draw while also recovering that mana at the same time. Of course, you can see that Scorpio is not wasting any time, is definitely dropping as many cards as possible, even using the coin here as well to get out a pretty damn effective board here, going very wide. And is actually trying to say, you know what, if you're going to be pushing the measure here, I'm going to push it. That is a free cram session. This is going to be nice.
Has to find those waters though, right? Because you have to, even with 9 mana, there might not be enough mana.
There's one.
There it is. I was about to say, there might not be enough mana to clear the board and kill off his opponent, but manages to immediately clear the board with just 2 of those mana. It's so insane when the stats on the spells have been buffed this much, and now you have to imagine with the extra mana from those spring waters, able to storm off that Ice Barrier, a pretty big hit as well.
It's just when you see this deck actually get to play its full efficiency, it just feels unfair. You can see he's now just throwing that damage in as well. Brings him down to 9 HP. Is that enough?
Get a 1?
He's going to be on 1. Oh.
I mean, 17 damage to kill. Wait, can we deal enough to... Oh.
Does he go to Mr. Smite? Mr. Smite just came through. I think he's got enough.
No way.
That top deck on Mr. Smite. That's lethal, I'm pretty sure. There's a secret, though. He's got an ice barrier. He's got an ice barrier.
Like I said, it needed 17 damage. It took 2 off with the Juggernaut. That's still 15 points of health to work through. Mr. Smite will come down. What else can we play? Is there a second pirate? We can run out the captain, the South Sea captain. Surely that's enough.
3/3. The other pirates as well will get 1/1.
I think that's enough. I think Smite and South Sea captain's enough. That should be 15 damage.
He's also got the Reaper's side. Ooh,
but the Reaper's side is less damage. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
This might have been a miss here.
Okay, we're drawing cards. Smite with the captain in play.
I think he might have looked at it and said, "I just don't have enough," and so now he's digging for another solution. That could be the only way.
Yeah.
Probably, maybe was hoping that one secret wasn't a nice barrier as well, and you can see.
Maybe imagine it was something else. Yeah.
Even Leader of Cola can see that's the case as well, and he's just going to he's going to drag it out. He's just going to use the final.
That's so brutal. Almost had it there. 7 health and 8 armor. Smite for 7. Warrior for the other random pirate there for 5, and the captain for 3. Would have been exactsies, I think, but in the end, it's Leader of Cola getting there with the quest mage. What a clutch!
Yeah, just that little bit on the edge as well. Possibly you really look and he said, "Look, if it's an ice barrier, I don't have lethal. I don't have the way."
You gotta have a guess, yeah.
So it was close, but no cigar. Definitely well played there in the end there by Leader of Cola to come out in the end, which means that he will have a pretty damn strong deck to finish things off here. We'll have the Quest Warrior in hand. Of course, Quest Warrior against Quest Warrior would be a little bit of a difficult matchup between the two of them. I guess it all comes down to the RNG on the side here, but Scorpio does have access to the Face Hunter. We did get a little bit of a sticky beak at the deck. Not a complete Face Hunter deck here, unfortunately, for Scorpio. So it does mean that maybe it's not going to be able to hit the full mark of its power, and looks like, realizes I still need to keep on playing those 2 Quest Warriors.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of like, we'll get to the Hunter if we get to it. For now, we may as well do the Coin Flip Warrior Mirror. You don't want to go through all the trouble of, like, grinding out the match with the Hunter, and then, get out top decked by your Warrior opponent in what is essentially a mirror match. But that Hunter list, I'm really interested to see how it goes. As you sort of hinted, some non-standard card choices there, and when it comes to Face Hunter, you'd be surprised. Like the cards can punch above their weight or whatever. It's all just about pushing all the damage you can direct. If you're losing a little bit of utility, a little bit of value, no big deal as long as you line up enough damage to count to, in most cases, 30. But we may not even get the chance to see Scorpio count if Leader has their way.
Well, the other thing as well with Leader, I'm looking at this mana curve that's in hand. They're some pretty high cost cards. They even getting that Mr. Smite nice and early. Whereas on the flip side for Scorpio seems to have a much better curve in terms of what can be played here. That quest might be completed quicker here for Scorpio, and I think maybe the RNG seems to be on that side there. But of course, having a few pieces of that completed puzzle, that Mr. Smite already with some big plays might work in the favor here. But as I say, that Leader of Cola still has more than enough pirates to play here nice and early, and he's going to be completing that quest nice and quickly.
Yeah, at least it's a big turn for Leader of Cola getting to drawing the second 1-cost pirate. It's really big there, as it turns out. Getting to fish out the weapon and then, of course, throw the weapon back, and now having something to curve into in that South Sea captain, kind of finishing the curve mid-game.
Well, I'm just going to continue to wait and see what is going to be played across here. You can see that there seems to be a bit of thought here now for Scorpio, trying to figure out what's happening across the line. But little few things have been happening across the board there. But yeah, both of these will be Quest Warriors again, just to make sure if you are joining us for the time being.
Yeah,
As you can
it's
see
pretty,
now,
nearly identical deck list, one would imagine. I didn't check exactly, but it's one of those decks where the synergy between the pirate cards is so strong, and the
yeah.
requirements of the quest are so stringent. You don't really want to let any part of it slip. You know, you can't really slide in a random weapon because then you'll lose a lot of the value from the blacksmithing hammer. You don't want to put in non-pirate minions to slow down your quest completion. It all has to really neaten itself out. Although, yeah, there are some differences. We know Scorpio's playing 2 copies of Athletic Studies, Leader of Color playing none, and Bloodsail Deckhand coming out. So overall, a more aggressive list for Scorpio.
Another thing to take into account here as well is Athletic Studies is definitely one of the older cards in the in the iterations in terms of what's being played here. I feel that most of the newer Quest Warrior decks are definitely taking into account the Dead Minds mini set that's come into play as well, and I think that's really the initial play here. Even though it is again a little bit more aggressive, I feel like perhaps Leader of Cholera is playing the more traditional setup when it comes to
Leader of Cholera rocking Nitro Boost Poison. Yeah, that's an interesting one to play.
yeah.
We'll see whether or not it helps clear away some of the larger pirate minions. I mean, right now, Leader of Cholera is running the show. Just having, we sort of said the start might be slow, but we're working our way up to that critical Mr. Smite turn, and you're right in the position you want. Your opponent is the one on defense, clearing away minions with their face, and that's only playing into the hands of this Quest Warrior from Leader of Cholera.
And the other thing as well, like I said, Mr. Smite still was picked up nice and early by Leader of Cholera here. So the later we do get on with this particular game, the sooner perhaps we get to those big turn plays where you can just drop a whole bunch of low-cost pirates and then follow up with Mr. Smite. And out of the blue, you can really pump out a lot of damage. And like you said, Scorpio down to 13 HP at the moment. It hasn't been armoring up, has been using those weapons to clear away the board and just stay in the game. It's probably just a bit too far behind the curve here, and I think Leader of Cholera might be moving off to a quick win to start off this competition.
Maybe this is probably the biggest hurdle this turn for Leader of Cholera, right? Because we said that on board, the stats, the health differential looks tremendous. Even the quest line looks great, but a little bit awkward in terms of the mana cost here. Didn't want to run out 2 3-cost pirates and do sort of a collective nothing, +2 attack, +1/+1 all pirates wouldn't have really mattered too much. Mostly what it would have done is complete the quest line, but you'd prefer, I guess, to do that next turn, and instead sort of has to waste some mana, ran out of Stonewall and Command into the opponent's Stonewall, and just kind of draw a card. Spinning your wheels and sort of just trading back and forth on board isn't really the turn you were hoping for when you're trying to close the game out before anything dramatic happens on your opponent's side of the field.
And as you can see as well, Scorpio now being able to complete that quest line at the same time, also clear away the minion board, gain some control back. Is also thinking through what exactly do I want to do. This one will play that cargo guard as well, just to continue the quest line and have control of the board for what seems to be the first time in this match.
Okay, yeah. So falling 1 pirate short of a completed quest line for both players there on their previous round of turns means it will still be Leader of Cholera finishing things up first. Of course, doesn't have Captain Ricaro to play straight away, but now has a really nice suite of options to run out next turn, using that health advantage to clear away the board and put a maximum pressure on Scorpio. You've got to answer this board, and then you'll see Leader get their choice of either Captain Ricaro as sort of another, can you beat this type board setup, or just go for the kill with that charging torrent.
Scorpio, though, still seems to be happy to trade away that HP for that board control. As you can see, just throwing down another Reaper Sight into play here. Wow. Of course, that allows him to continue to get some card draw as well. That really is the big sort of advantage for Scorpio at the moment. He has a bigger hand to play and unload directly upwards, and it's finally going to throw into that coin as well to get a little bit of tempo back into this game. It's going to be another cargo guard, and what's good about these cargo guards being out while at the same time rocking those quest lines, it does mean that the extra armor is going to come into play here, and Scorpion is now up to 16 effective HP, looking a little bit better than when we last saw beforehand. But here we go, we do have the Captain Ricaro coming into it, and that means the Juggernaut is going to be there as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you said, both players sort of recognizing that they're reaching the point of the game where face damage becomes a concern, so this cargo guard's the best way to continue to progress the game plan. However, Leader of Cholera keeping step with one of his own there, and of course using up the last hit of that weapon, because now the Juggernaut's in play. You're going to be re-armed every single turn. So, the first to get that advantage is a pretty big deal, especially when you're also the one, closest to pressuring Lethal. We'll see what kind of turn comes out of Leader, whether it's just a straight-up trade of Captain for Captain, or whether given the chance, I'm sure you'd like to press face, because Mr. Smite in hand can just about feel the Lethal, I'm certain. no taunt minion coming down. I don't know the armor from the Target Guard for Scorpio is going to be enough. You kind of just have to hope they don't have Mr. Smite. And unfortunately, Mr. Smite's available. There's the 5-power hammer.
Yeah, everything's coming down right now. He's dropping it into play. There's the charge. Yeah, you can just see it immediately. He's going to buff everything up directly afterwards. Sees that lethal and just playing it right off the bat here. And Leader of Cola having that little bit of the edge there at the start, able to, of course, pull it out and complete this quest that little bit quicker over Scorpio. Will be able to come through and take a quick victory here. And that means that, of course, that Leader of Cola will be pushing up the line here into the brackets, going that little bit quicker. Whereas on the flip side of things, we are going to have to wait for Scorpio to play through the lower bracket, perhaps get through if possible, which would be nice. But overall, nice quick plays across the board here. You could see both the players did understand their decks and the win conditions. It was just a matter of who was able to high roll that a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, mirror matches, even though we identified there were some differences in the card choices for each of them, I don't think that affected the matchup as much. It's mostly about the sequencing of the pirates, obviously how you read the game, whether it's progressing from that. There's almost like an economy phase where they're just trying to sort of complete their quests and obviously just clear each other's boards. And then you're in that sort of punch and counter punch of the late game where you have to just get your opponent just low enough while staying out of their range that you can just immediately finish them off, right? Because the burst damage out of these decks is so high. And, just as he was able to on that quest mage, it seems like Leader of Cola is the one who's able to both control the board while still having the edge in quest progression. That's always going to add up to a win.
Well, with that being said, guys, we will be moving to a quick break before we do bring you back a little bit more action as we progress through the tournament. We do need to have a quick look to see what's going to be happening in those brackets as well. Pretty happy to see when it comes across. But till then, guys, when we have all that information, we will be right back. And welcome back to the Hearthstone Open here, presented by Blizzard AEL and, of course, supported by Macca's. Just a quick tidbit, guys. It is apparently McHappy Day, so make sure you do jump in and grab yourself a burger at some point in time just to help out everyone around us. Apart from that, Bard, though, we do have the next match probably just waiting in the wings. The players are doing their warm-up match at the moment, and this is definitely going to be an interesting one. Man U coming through the brackets did actually have a bye coming into this. I believe we do have a bracket graphic up here as well. So let's bring that up as well so we can have a quick look to see what's happening with that there. As you can see, things still beginning to make their move at the moment there. Manu just happy that he will be going up against Skerrick. And like I said, we got a little bit of a bye from him before. But Bard, I believe Manu's running a bit of a core deck, would you say?
Yeah, running a real selection of cards notable to every Hearthstone player. You're all familiar with them. They're in everyone's collections because if you go over to Man United's deck selections, it appears that all three of the decks in Man United's lineup, Warrior, Priest, and Mage, they're all the core deck list recipes. If you go to your Hearthstone client right now and you say, I want to make a new deck list, new Mage deck list, you click on that core recipe and just slam the button. That is the deck that Man United's playing. So this is going to be really interesting to me, at least. I mean, maybe I'm a bit weird for thinking this, but I'm excited to see how these Blizzard-made sort of pre-constructed decks do in like a real tournament setting against some pretty real tournament deck lists out of Skerrick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Skerrick is going to be bringing across the, I believe, Quest Hand Warlock is also bringing the Garrote Rogue, and that last little one on the flip side is going to be that Taunt Aggro Druid, which we've been talking so much about in the past as well, which I believe did get banned away. So that means these core decks will be going up against the Quest Hand Warlock and the Garrote Rogue, which probably, let's be honest, is going to be their best matchups when we look at this year as well. On the flip side, though, it does mean that the Priest has been taken away from Man U, which again was going to be a core Priest. We didn't really have a big word for it when we were looking at it. We're looking like, this is an interesting deck. Those are some big legendaries that have been put together here. And we're thinking, is this some form of big Priest? And we just realized, like you said, it is going to be a completely core constructed deck here that has been put together. There's perhaps, a little bit of an interesting challenge here. Perhaps he decided to come to this tournament and say, I'm going to be winning with core constructed decks here. So very interested to see how this does play out when these guys do jump into the match.
Yeah, I mean, we're currently putting these to the test, right? Like that is the reason these core decks exist, so that you have something to play. And there's a strong selection of cards in there, tons of legendaries, especially in the Warrior deck. In fact, that's kind of the game plan out of Man United. It seems like lots of removal, lots of like just solid value cards. Card that discovers a card that draws a card, and then you hope to stall for long enough to start playing stuff like Malagos the Spellweaver in the Mage deck, or Silas Darkmoon and Ysera the Dreamer from this Warrior deck. So the late game power is there. The question is, even with that super fast aggro druid out of the way, can you last against Garrote Rogue or Hand, Quest Warlock, as you said? That's all. Both decks I'm really looking forward to seeing, right? Very different styles to what we've had on the stream so far.
Well, we are going to be jumping into the match now as well. At the moment, I believe that has jumped into play here, so pretty keen for them to get in there and actually begin to play. But there's a little bit of wait here. I think it's still probably just chilling out for the time being, so don't mind me. I'm jumping the gun just a little bit before we do jump towards it. That being said, though, Garrote Rogue, Quest Hand Warlock doesn't really seem to have the best hand matchups at the moment here. Bit of an interesting choice here by Skerrick to bring these particular ones into the match when there have been such clear winners in the past. I think maybe it's just an idea of play style. Perhaps they feel like this really is going to be something that's going to be effective against those really popular decks. That's the only real reasoning I can have coming across from Skerrick to bring such a different lineup to what we've been seeing across the board from all the other players.
Yeah, I mean, there's a combination of things. Quest Hand Warlock does seem to have a staggeringly high win rate against a couple of decks like Quest Shaman, right, which we've definitely seen. So it's got some edges. That being said, it does mostly have even looking or bad matchups across the board, and it's similar with the Garrote Rogue, right? Like they're both decks that have been a bit on the downturn, and I have a feeling that like the Quest Mage, just because they're a little bit inconsistent, they don't necessarily play the board a whole ton. Obviously, the Warlock deck, you're dealing yourself a lot of damage. It's hard to play that kind of deck into aggro decks that are as consistent as Aggro Druid and Quest Warrior, that sort of thing. And you still have to outrace the decks like Quest Mage that are sort of on the same plan as you. But player comfort has a lot to say for itself. If you're the person who's been playing Garrote Rogue for a while or the Quest Warlock for a while, you may as well stick to your guns. And the discomfort of your opponent, right? If you've been grinding for this tournament and practicing playing a lot of ladder in this meta, and like you said, these decks are less familiar, you might not be so sure in your sequencing. You might make play mistakes that are not characteristic of you because you're just not certain how to navigate this specific matchup.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring into account. You would be thinking, okay, sweet. Normally at this point, this is when I should be trying to survive. You might be missing opportunities that you could be taking to really get an advantage in a quick tempo. And when you are not taking those advantages against these core constructed decks, which have such big payouts towards the end, you can find yourself in a pretty bad position when Ysera comes down at the right moment, granting some pretty crazy cards off the back of it. And it's something that needs to be identified by Skerrick to jump into that play, and understand, hey, I need to make sure that I do deal this damage early, otherwise I could find myself in a pretty bad state by these core constructed decks.
Yeah, this Garrote Rogue in particular is going to be fun to watch. Like, I imagine that obviously the plan from Skerrick will just be to kill quickly and overpoweringly. But if some of these big dragons get on the board, as you can already see in hand, Malagos the Spellweaver just chilling there, like, there is nothing in this Garrote Rogue deck, I don't think, to answer those cards. So, hopefully Man United can survive. I'm going to be a little bit biased for the underdog in this case. I think it'd be exciting if, the Cortex can make a battle of it. And, Counterspell, that's a pretty good secret in the matchup, right? This is a very spell-based rogue deck out of Skerrick.
Yeah, man, you're not going to mulligan at all. It's just actually going to hold on to, the Malagos that Spellweaver will hold on to the Katara Drake as well. Arcane Intellect, the Counterspell. I mean, there's a few pieces of the puzzle there, but of course, it's going to be a very slow start for Man United. No real cards can be played here, even if that coin needs to be played out as well. So I imagine Man U's probably just going to tap and let it go for the next couple of turns. Skerrick, though, does have a pretty decent hand here off the bat here. A lot of low-cost cards right off the bat, and seems to be that preparation being played straight away. Wants to really pump out that aggression, and will also jump out a few extra cards in the process of it.
Instant prep, that's kind of exciting.
Oh, Man U straight away, it's going to be coining out that fireball.
Coin hero power, let's go.
Get the damage straight into the play here. He means business. You can tell.
I don't know if you've ever played Dark Souls, but the final boss of the whole series of Dark Souls is like a spirit that represents all of the players who've ever played the games, right? That's what I feel like right now. Man United is like channeling every Hearthstone player who's, scrapped around in the game a bit and tried their luck, coined into hero power, a classic line. And now we're going to follow up with another use of the hero power. He's in the league. Sorry, 28 plays 29.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking all right. It's looking okay. He's got
Counterspell.
I mean, he's got a lot there to make the plays. He can start dropping that in next as the secrets as well, so hopefully he can set up a few extra defenses there. Could also throw out an Arcane Intellect, just get a bit of extra card draw into the mix as well. A lot of things going the way of Man U, still has 28 HP to play with. Skerrick, on the other hand, that's a lot of cards, a lot of one-cost cards that are coming into it, and I think the combos will be coming in thick and fast in the next couple of turns, and we'll be playing a little bit defensive, get that counterspell out, which might come into it, throwing down that well played as well, just to say, hey, I'm ready to see what ends up being played next here, because if it does play a big spell, things could go very wrong for Skerrick very quickly.
The thing about this as well is, right, like, this is the epitome of that discomfort I talked about, right? Like, you presume to know what your opponent's secrets are in, like, even if it was closed deck list in a normal matchup, probably. But do you remember that this is a counterspell out of the core mage deck? Like, are you ready for this play? I'm not certain. What if you run your Garrote into it or something like that? There are a ton of one-cost cards in the hand, though, so not even going for them, just holding on to all the combos.
Well, Man United grabs the firewall, throws it straight into the face of Skerrick as well, bringing him down to 22 HP. You can tell Skerrick was trying to play around the secret as well, just opting in for that hero attack to see if anything pops through. Does know, of course, it's not going to be the ice barrier. He's now going to play out that efficient Octobot. No, it's not going to be a mirror image as well. So now he's just slowly beginning to make an idea of it here as well. Will, as you can see, play that one thief as well, continue to generate a bit of extra powers. Will be that Potion of Illusion here next. And now, let's see if he does decide to play a spell. There's going to be another one thief as well. So it's just getting a few more extra spells if possible. That Cram Session comes into play here. The counterspell not being played out just yet, as it's still just going to be minions. And of course, using the combination of the Guardian Orb Potion to actually get a little bit of that extra frenzy and get a bit more efficiency for the rest of the cards in hand.
I love the contrast between one player sitting here with like a bunch of 9-cost legendary dragons and like 3-cost draw spells and counter spells in hand, and the other person with a hand of nothing but degenerate 0-cost discounted card discovering minions. Like, this is a true battle of contrasts.
Well, Skerrick's got a pretty strong board here as well for the time being. You can see 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, and 2, 1. So definitely a wide board. Not too deep in terms of what they can do, but of course they can start to eke out a little bit of extra damage. Here comes the cram session. Finally, that counter spell will be put into play here, and we'll stop that cram session from happening. And so now he knows, okay, cool, the secret's out. Nothing too crazy happening here next. Now we're going to be thinking through that next form of play. 22 HP, still has plenty of room to move, a bit of wiggle room in this now. You know what? Let's just start making things go around. He gets an Alex Strauss on the life.
Let's go.
On the back of that as well.
That's 2 legendary dragons now.
So
we can just last another 4 turns without getting combo to death. Then Man United will be able to... Yeah, that's some fireworks. Yeah, that's a lot of minions being created. Has to start playing some of these.
Yeah, otherwise we'll be able to actually possibly mill, or might be milling himself the process of that. We'll actually throw out the Octobot again as well, so hopefully that can come into play and maybe somehow get the use out of the frenzy.
Discovers an Apexis Blast very casually.
Okay. I'm being interested here, because does it come back as a proper... It comes back as a proper 1-4 there. That's a very smart use of it there. Because beforehand he wouldn't actually been able to get the benefit because it was a 1-1.
Yeah, it doesn't survive damage.
Doesn't survive the... Yeah, won't survive the frenzy, but by bringing it back, as you can see, we'll get the 1-4 out of it, so... Nice little play here, but Man United is going to be throwing out the rest of the cards here. He's going to throw out that Fallen Hero, the Archaeologist as well at the same time, get an extra secret. Still looking pretty healthy as well with 22, and again, like you said, just needs to survive those next couple of turns here and not get completely destroyed by this Garrote Rogue in the next couple of turns, but Skerrick now I think is ready to come online.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is also a study in contrast of like Hearthstone eras of design, right? Like, this is just not the same game essentially. Other you know, card games have formats. Even Hearthstone has formats, and even though this is technically, you know, a deck within the same format as Garrote Rogue, there's just like a different tempo being played here. These cards like Fallen Hero that sort of want to sit around and play and charge up the hero power. It's nowhere near the pace that can be forced by this explosive rogue combo deck. And Skerrick, I assume at some point will just be finished stockpiling 0-cost cards in hand, have assembled sufficient resources, and just go for the kill. I mean, the pressure is starting to add up even from just all these little gnomes.
Well, there is a Flame Strike available here for Man U, so he can actually clear away this board if he wants to.
That's true, the critical Flame Strike turn. If only he'd kept that coin instead of hero powering out, we might have seen it a turn earlier.
Would have been useful, but of course it's suffering a little bit of damage for it. And then we'll just immediately go, yep, I'm just going to drop this Flame Strike. Of course, a few of them did have that Divine Shield, so they will survive these Octobots.
Creates more space for Skerrick to generate valuable triggers of playing further minions.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's important that you don't leave the gnomes on the board. That might slow down the rogue combo.
As you can see here, though, just continuing to draw it up. We'll get that field contact to continue to draw out more cards a bit forward here. The Plasma Combo now coming into play as well, and this is literally just him drawing more value at the end of the day as well.
Yeah. Playing that Prize Plunderer to do absolutely nothing except draw a card. The old Iron Sheik there. And now in comes Ethereal Orc Merchant. You know, yet another trigger on our Octobots. We're just drawing. Efficiency is the name of the game here for Skerrick. I don't know if this is 100% the most efficient you could possibly be with this list, but certainly a lot of game actions are being taken, and slowly but surely Man United's mage is dying off. Now we go for the Garrote. Bleeds, shuffled in.
Yep. Finally does decide to use it. Yeah, we got the Garrote's coming across here. All of the combos are coming into play.
We've drawn enough of our deck now that when we look into our secret passage, it is very highly likely, Mendrix, that we will find somehow more bleeds. Exactly. Oh, wow. Oh, look at that. How interesting.
Oh,
it's crazy how probability works.
It's just a matter of just, you know, like you said, just getting through it, dropping all the cards as well, and that's a lot of bleeds he's managed to, like, I mean, like, Cast 4 damage when drawn. 4 damage, like that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
As you can see, he's just playing it right off the back here, and he's
That's,
clearing
there
it
we
off.
go.
He even Manu beforehand realized that this was probably coming to an end before, but he lets the secret passage just go through. He's gonna
Okay.
let Man United play another hand.
Okay.
Okay, so
You want to see
Battling
what you
Books.
have on 8. You're gonna have to give Man United another turn after this, actually, so you can see the 9 drop. The
Come
8 drop's
Come
not
on,
that
Scary.
exciting. You
Come on,
want to see
Scary.
the 9 drop come down.
Come on, Scarrick. Let him survive one more turn. Let him survive one more turn. I mean, he can't. He can just do it, but like, is he gonna do
What?
it? He's
Yeah.
clearing away the
Okay.
minions.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to die.
He's probably slowing it down for the time being.
You would
Hey,
hate
that's
to
right.
you would hate to somehow get caught. I don't even know how it would be possible to, but you would hate to somehow die to this core mage. But I will allow
Never
you. Oh
mind.
no, hang on, no, we won't.
He just
Alright.
drew. He just drew. That's
Yeah.
all he did. He
Yeah.
just said, "Yep."
Okay.
All good in the sense that he was waiting for the finish, and he was just trying to draw out as many cards as possible.
Yeah.
So that way he could just end it with the Garrote Rogue in the end there.
Still
So that does
got
mean
all these.
that he's going to be able to do that. He wanted to finish on the draw. He could have actually ended it beforehand, but he was just like, no. Has to be done on the draw if you're playing this Garrote Rogue appropriately. So
Right.
quick win there. Well, not really a quick win. It was a bit drawn out considering how everything played.
Yeah,
there.
it was.
Full
It
scary.
ended quickly.
Yes.
It was an explosive culmination for the Grot Rogue deck, as is its want, right? Like it is sort of that combo burst damage spell based deck, and I'm not surprised that kind of deck can get under all the big clunky legendaries out of the core deck. But we will have another matchup, right? We're going to see one of these core decks go up against Hand Quest Warlock, and do you think that'll be any more fortuitous a matchup for them?
Look, I don't want to hold my breath at the time for the time being here. I feel like Manu can definitely look. If Manu rolls high enough, a lot of crazy things could happen. You don't really know what's going to be.
Okay.
At the end of the day, what it's going to be. It's going to be the core warrior deck by the looks of things here. Coming into play here, and as you mentioned, that Quest Hand Warlock coming in, we'll of course have Nazoth as the beautiful character portrait there as well, looking pretty schmick there for Scarrick. The hand that's been picked up here does have that 1-3-1-6 sort of combination coming into play here as well, so looking pretty decent on that side of things. But overall, I think things are probably going to be going the way of Scarrick once again, just based off what we saw in the past.
Yeah, although I will say, to Man United's benefit, compared to that last match, this warrior deck has a much more even curve up and down, right? There's more. Again, we sort of don't have any of those cards in the hand, it looks like, but at least there are cheap cards like this one in the deck that Man United can use to actually contest the board early and not fall so far behind. We're going to armor up though, conserve cards in hand, and also Skerrick. This Warlock deck also plays a slightly more normal game of Hearthstone, right? It's not quite that rogue list where it's my entire deck is 1 cost, means showing out discounts 0 cost, and you're sitting here waiting to play a 7 drop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As you can see here, he's going to also throw out that Rust Rot Viper instead of actually trading it away. I guess there was no point. I mean, as you can see, destroys the opponent's weapon. I've never seen a Warlock use a weapon unless, perhaps Jiraxis makes it to the field in some
Destroy the Jiraxis weapon. Pretty powerful flex.
So that's something that you could do, but you figures out, hey, I don't think there's a Jiraxis being played in this deck here, so doesn't need to actually worry about that at all. But now as we come into it, does have board control for the time being. Skerrick just happy to continue tapping away and get as many of those hands up as much as possible. As you can see, the Flesh Giants, of course, will be nice to have in those later turns there as well. And it's just going to sit back and continue to make himself just a little bit stronger as time goes on. Menu, though, on the other hand, hopefully we'll play that Transfer Student perhaps in the next one there, just to get a little extra efficiency in the next play. As we can see, there will be that Shadowblade Slinger as well, just to get some presence on the board here for Scarab.
No! Goes to the Spice Bread Baker at full hit points. Oh dear. I don't know, what is Man United? I don't know, maybe Man United hasn't seen this Transfer Student card before, doesn't trust it, doesn't want to run it out.
Yeah.
Instead goes to that Baker. Unfortunately, loses a little
Look, I mean,
bit of value.
sweets, right?
I mean, everyone loves that. It's a good looking card, right? It is the only gold card in the hand.
I mean, like you said, I mean, look, donuts are dropping out of the portrait, right?
Making it rain. Unfortunately, ooh, A lot of damage dealt to the hero there in excess of the hit points the minion targeted, which allows Scary to immediately flip the first part of that quest line. So we're already a little bit closer to that Blightborn Tamsin, which of course, massive blow up there. Okay, now now we have Panda and Importer. We're gonna go for Scrap Golem instead. So that's gonna at least help hold down the fort. 4-man United needs to get moving because, of course, as you said, that Warlock deck already powering up massively. It's funny how this is, so reminiscent, despite being Quest Warlock, of sort of older handlock type days. You've got all these 10 cost minions you're hoping to discount as you just life tap and fill your hand up and then suddenly explode. But you have the benefit of all this sick removal like Shadowblade Slinger, or as we just saw there, the Unstable Shadow Blast.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other thing as well, this does still play that Cult Neophyte as well, as you can see, being hovered there by Scarrick, who can put a few obstacles in play here for Man United just to really make it a bit tougher. But as you can tell, Scarrick's like, you know what? I'm pretty happy with my position here as well. I can just drop down this giant 8/8 Flesh Giant on a 5 play here because, of course, it's been discounted pretty damn near enough. And that does mean, of course, he's going to have a pretty strong card on board here that needs to be dealt with by Manu, because otherwise it will start to wreak a little bit of havoc in the field. The Baron Rivendare will be put down here as well, which does mean that those extra Death Rattles will trigger twice if they do get to play here. As you can see, that Scrap Golem in play, that means it will benefit from it as well.
a lot of Warlock life being lost here, Classic warrior sensibilities as well, just armoring up above all else, just conserve cards in hand, get maximum efficiency from your mana by always armoring. Unfortunately, that 8/8 lying around in play means that now we're going to see, again, one of those discount minions, the Goldshire Null, benefiting hugely from that filled up hand of Skerrick. So that's going to rush down the taunt minion there and allow for a lot of face damage. We're not even done either, drawing into more and more cards, getting a free life tap off the tour guide, just churning it right now. We might even get to play out another Flesh Giant next to this first one before the turn's over.
Yeah, still has 2 mana to play with as well. Like you said, a very heavily discounted Flesh Giant is available. Needs 3 though, actually drop that, so might see something else come into play here.
Raise Dead is 0 cost and we'll discount it to 2.
Yep, true. That is true. Can actually drop that in.
Does Skerrick want to drop to 11?
That is the question.
We're just disrespect mortal coiling a Baron Rivendare instead. Oh, it's to make space in hand. Okay.
Yep.
But now you can't. What is it? Okay, we get the null back. Wow, all right, not bad. And the extra damage is going to flip the quest line. Wait, is there space in hand?
Yes.
Oh, we're not up per Tamsin yet. Right, I've lost track. The quest is ticking up so quickly for this quest Warlock.
Yeah, Scarrick's really just had the opportunity to just quest up, tap immediately without really being rushed down. But of course, 14 life, still is at a bit of a risk of possibly dying if, Man United comes up with a crazy turn.
Here's Vol'jin. So we now see those random legendaries, and exchanges the Giant for a 2/1 Shadowblade Slinger. So that does negate the Slinger's removal potential, and against most decks, that'd be a pretty huge play. But unfortunately, the Giants already cost 1 mana. So, and they're very likely to cost 0 this turn. So swapping them back to hand, not quite the boon it would be in most situations.
Still pretty decent play off the back here for Man U. Does manage to get some pretty decent value out of that. As you can see here as well, it's going to be cleared away there by the end by that patch and that scene as well. Another Flesh Giant coming out for 0 cost here, so that does mean that these guys are just going to be jumped in there immediately. And as you can see, Man United is beginning to really see, wow, okay, this is good. The power of that quest hand Warlock really starting to come into the mix here as well. And Scarrick quite happy to use that backfire to continue drawing more out. But Man U's still pretty healthy. I mean, 8 armor in play there, 29 HP as well. So a lot of effective health here. And because it is getting towards those later turns, does mean that these legendaries do get the most amount of value out of it as well. As you can see, that Silas Darkmoon can be jumped in as well. It'd be nice to actually just drop in there and rotate all the minions. They're pretty rough in that sense. And another thing that comes into play here is going to have Alexstrasza. A Shield Slam as well is not bad at this moment in time. That's going to be a pretty powerful Shield Slam if he decides to play it.
It runs out the Silas, so see what the rotation is. I assume that way. We do go that way. Could it... Oh, okay.
Maybe should have gone this way.
Maybe should have gone this way. Whoa, shield slamming the... Whoa. Shield slamming the 1/1. Okay. Oh, alright, Man United. Shield slamming the 1/1 tour guide, leaving the 8/8 flesh golems behind.
I mean, look, had to get some use out of it at least. As we can see, those flesh golems come in huge, create a massive amount of damage here, and Scarab's like, sweet, let me slow you down a little bit more.
That's brutal. I mean, there's 2 copies of Brawl in this deck. That's what I was going to say before, right? Like, if you want to try and stabilize this, she'll set yourself up. Okay, we're now deliberately not killing the 8/8 Flesh Golems. I have a feeling Man United, despite the life lead, despite the potential to kill one or both of these Flesh Golems in the last 2 turns, despite the potential to even just put 7 damage on the Warlock that's already running out of life and cards, maybe just kind of feels at this point after 2 games the power gap between the decks and is prepared to bow out in a fun fashion. But yeah, we're gonna get to lifesteal a bunch of life back here off the Bloodshard Bristleback, not even deigning to drop any of the many demons and other powerful things in hand. And
oh, the transfer shooter at least comes down at this point in time, so finally we get
played.
that. And
oh, it's Guardian Animals.
Here we go. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, unfortunately we already spent our mana to play Pandaren Importer. We discover Coerce. Okay, that's yeah. Okay, now we kill the 8/8. We've decided it's time.
And a little bit of damage to face, and I think what's going to be calling that one a night for Man U. I mean, Man U can still play through the losers bracket here as well, but definitely has lethal in the hand of Skerrick, who was able to play out the deck the exact way he wanted to from start to finish in both the lineups and both matches here. So Man U, managed to get through to that second round through that bye there, but is still available in the tournament to play. And this is the whole point of it being in an open tournament. You get all skill levels, you get all skill sets. Everyone gets an opportunity to jump in and play there. And I'm really happy that Man U did come through and showed us what he was capable of doing in this case of it. And hopefully we get to see Man U at a future iteration, perhaps, playing at a different level at that point as well. It just goes to show that you need to be in it to win it. And that really is the aim of the game at this point. It is an open tournament. Everyone can jump in and have some fun. Scarab, of course, will progress forward with those decks, which seem to be, again, a little bit more fun in terms of what's happening at the moment, but not really the meta. So I'll be pretty happy to see, how Scarab does perform against meta decks as he goes further into the tournament. Any thoughts on this, Bud?
My 2 thoughts out of that are, one, that Skerrick seems quite practiced with those decks. So I have a feeling my hunch was on, and that obviously, like, you register these decks because you're just really confident, really smooth with them. And I don't underestimate that, especially over a longer tournament, right? Like, this is a great tune-up match as well. Just practice going through the motions, making sure your sequencing's, I guess optimal starts to break down towards the end there, but at least solid in those early turns. And certainly show that those decks, they do have a pretty high peak when they hit their powerful cards early on. For Man U, though, I mean, more power to you, right? You flex your right to enter the tournament, have a good time, get your toes wet in the tournament atmosphere. Like, this must have been such a low stakes, just having a good time, trying it out sort of experience. And I think it looked like Man U was having fun from some of those lines that he took.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think towards the end, you can tell some of those players were just a little bit of cheek to throw into it just for us to see and go, okay, yeah, but he's having fun now. Everything's all in good faith. And that being said, though, guys, we'll be moving to a quick break. And when we do come back, we'll have more of the tournament and more of that progression coming right up. So please do not go anywhere. And we have returned with the Hearthstone Open Cup here, presented by Blizzard, AEL, and of course supported by Maccas. Now, guys, we are continuing to push forward through with the winners bracket here. I believe we're going to get to see Skerrick once again going up against Magikarp. So please, if I say Magikarp, I'm sorry. It's just going to be force of habit at this point in time. But how are you feeling so far with these two competitors that are just doing their warm-up matches for the time being?
Well, we saw Skerrick, essentially just dismantle an opponent. So looking good, looking strong, and a big confidence boost coming into this set. That's going to be important, right? Because we mentioned Skerrick's lineup kind of built around confidence decks, right? That Quest Hand Warlock and especially Garrote Rogue, which we're about to see. A deck that has pretty infernally low win rates against basically every deck currently in the metagame across the board, nearly without exception. A deck you only bring if you are convinced that you are better than everyone else who plays this deck and makes those bad stats bad, or you just love playing it so much you can't stop. Interestingly enough, right, so Skerrick's line, if you've got those two decks that are kind of considered soft in the current meta, maybe slightly lower tier, and then of course the aggro druid, just the top #1 known quantity. It's almost like a big ban me sign so that Skerrick can play the two decks that we've seen Skerrick dominate on in that last round. But Magikarp has come in and banned the Warlock instead, preferring to play into the aggro druid that has one of the highest overall win rates. And likewise, Skerrick has banned out the face hunter build that Magikarp has instead of Quest Warrior. So we're going to see some powerful decks clash with some really off-meta ones here. I'm all for it.
Yeah, a lot of these players just saying right now, I am the better player coming into this match. I understand sequences of cards, how I'm going to play them, and how I'm going to take out this tournament. So a little bit of egos clashing here between Magikarp and Skerrick as well. And as we're jumping straight into this match, as you can see, just a nice quick pickup here, the Harbor Scamp, allowing a draw of a pirate coming into play here for Magikarp. Skerrick, though, on the other side, just happy to let a turn actually just slide on through and will not be coining our hero power.
Yeah, thankfully, this is the real test, right? We saw Skerrick give a helpful demonstration to those on stream who have not seen how you die to Garrote Rogue in the last round. But what we need to see now is, can the Garrote Rogue get that fancy combo kill off while you're getting just punched in the face by pirates, right? That's a much greater test of your concentration. So Skerrick has some of the tools in hand, already got that secret passage loaded up, and that Garrote starting to discount it. But what I'm interested to see is, can we do anything to actually slow down Magikarp in terms of clearing away these warrior minions, or are we just racing here? I don't really know that the hot streak we've added to hand off that discovery there is going to help.
Yeah, as you can see as well, it is actually perhaps looking at a number of cards. It does have that Shiver Their Timbers in the back there, which of course with a pirate out in play will be a lot of damage here, but of course, you want to make sure that you are putting it on the right targets here. It is already a pretty wide deck here, or really wide board here for Skerrick in that there, and was actually playing for control of that instead of racing for the face.
Okay.
So Magikarp happy to sit back, get some control instead, whereas Skerrick on the flip side of here is possibly going to be using that hot streak as well, just to get that swindle into play, and as well at the same time can just continue to
this
ramp
could be
a little bit further.
Pretty impressive clear coming out here. The hot streak is going to pay off big time with how many combo cards we've just drawn into. Prize Plunderer available as well to help mop up this important minion, the South Sea Captain. We're going to obviously use Shadow Step to return our efficient Octobot and just keep discounting. Although the hand is not quite what it was. I think the draw last time was very, very value rich against Man United. Here, unfortunately, a little bit less so. You can see not flush with cards just yet on Skerrick's side. Over on Magikarp's side, obviously hasn't developed a monster board or really put much damage up yet, but does have Mr. Smite ready to go. That sort of very high variance card that's hard to replace and makes all the difference when you have it in time. Now locked and loaded for whenever you're ready to finish Skerrick off, but that's a long ways away for now.
Well, Raid the Docks has been completed here by Magikarp when he decided to throw out that Bloodsail Raider. Another Raider is going to be coming into the mix as well, as you see, is getting that weapon there to possibly trade away at a later stage. Definitely a different match to what we saw before here. Skerrick does need to be a lot more careful in terms of the players coming across here. Has a number of boards that it has to deal with as well, and is going to continue to try to ramp up a little bit of efficiency. And here goes the secret passage as well. As we can see, another Guardian augmented into the play here. A Guild Trader is available, preparation, and another prep. So we can actually play most of these cards right off the bat here and get some pretty decent efficiency.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, I wonder whether we'll see like just a sort of concession, secret not concession of the match, but concession of like relative value of the secret passage. Just accepting like, okay, these secret passages, this isn't going to sit around and win me the game like the last one did. I need to dig to more action right now. I cannot go slow with my resource building, my combo setting up, and yeah, drew into a lot better action here. As we're going to see Pen Flinger get in for a few different damage. Could reset that all the way with the prep, but you know, now we're okay. We're gonna end up completely short on cards here for Skerrick. Obviously, you are just kind of trying to get deeper into your deck.
You basically use up as much as possible, so of course when it does come time to really start drawing out those bleeds and really get everything to play here, as you mentioned, you just get much more probability out of it every time you do draw. So
yeah.
Now, as we can see here, it is going to be Skerrick in control of the board for the time being. He's going to have that 1-4 and 2-1, essentially just holding down the line for the time being. But Muggy Cap's pretty happy, 29 HP. He's going to continue to throw out those pirates here. I wonder if he's going to be throwing out the Soul Eater or just trading away the Blasphemy here, but it will be the Soul Eater that comes down here in the end here. It does mean that Jawbreaker comes into play, and of course continuing to push that quest line a little bit further up as well, and clearing away the board with proc.
Yeah, getting the top minion down, and of course also destroying that efficient Octobot before it has the chance to discount anything else in hand. It's done quite enough, thank you, today. But, you know, it's still not optimal quite for Muga Cup, right? Like, you would rather be building up armor right now, I imagine, or progressing your quest line slightly faster. Playing this kind of defensive taunt minion, it does give you the sword, obviously, but it's a little bit slow compared to the explosive potential of a lot of the pirate decks. So Muga Cup also hasn't really managed to find all the cards you might possibly want. That hammer, you know, you normally don't want to see that languishing hand. Okay, hero power now out of Skerrick. As we try to build up a few more of those resources.
Yeah, he's just going to play that a little bit slower. That does realize he's got a bit of time as well, and is pretty happy with that. But of course, Captain Rokara now has entered into the fray here as well, which means things are really beginning to ramp up here for Mega as well. And now, because he does have that tempo from beforehand, that damage is coming into play. 16 HP down now for Skerrick. And of course, we do have that Mr. Smite there waiting in the wings there as well, so things getting a little bit dicey here for Skerrick, as those next few plays could possibly mean an OTK coming up.
Yeah, drawing the cargo guard as well at relatively the perfect time makes for an easy turn sequencing alongside the Cannoneer. Without that second cheap pirate, you may not have been able to put Cap and Rokara into hand, which would significantly delay things over on Muga Cup's side of the board. But it's all lined up very nicely, and by comparison, Skerrick is drawing out, you know, the minion drawing cards here, the Shroud of Concealment, at kind of the wrong time. You can't really afford to be spending extra mana to draw into cards when you're a turn, maybe two, away from death like this. We're just desperately trying to recur our prize plunderers as much as possible to chew through these pirates. Does manage to clear away that one, so no more armor being generated from Muga Cup, trying desperately to stay in range, but there's still 10 cards left in the deck, which seems like a little too many to start going for Garrots, and Muga Cup, there'll be no such delays in the pirate game plan.
Yeah, happy very quickly to obviously put down that Captain Rokara right off the bat, and also play that hero power as well for like a little bit of extra efficiency, getting up to about 5 extra armor. As you can see, also a bit of damage to the face there, just for a little bit of good measure with the Sword Eater. And it all comes down to the fact that, yeah, this Pirate Warrior deck's pretty damn easy, or this Quest Warrior deck's very easy to just begin issuing those cards out and playing it out the whole way through. He's starting to run a little bit low in resources, but that's what's so good, of course, about the Juggernaut here. Just summoning up those pirates there will allow him to continue to maintain pressure onto the board without really needing to use up extra resources that come from the hand.
Yeah, and of course, Skerrick has a fully loaded hand, but at this point in the game, it's all a little bit too slow. We're still a turn or two away from getting a kill. Haven't been able to quite empty our deck, and at this point, even if you start going for the Garrots, there's no way we can't set up any sort of... I don't think you can set up anywhere close to a big enough spell damage combo. Perhaps over 2 turns it would be possible, but there's not going to be 2 turns in this game, not with Mr. Smite in hand. Perhaps you just have to hope for the best that they don't have a Mr. Smite available. And that looks like what's going to happen. We're going to do our best to clear some of this board, even hitting face, just to try and wear down those hit points a little bit, but this looks like it'll be all she wrote here. Mugacarp going to have many options available as the full effects of the juggle wear down on his opponent.
Also pulls out a Defiance Canyoneer as well at the same time.
Yep.
He comes in, Mr. Smite knows exactly what his fate is going to be here and understands that this is a lot of damage out of the blue. And Muggicup's wasting no time, will clear away this rogue as quickly as possible. And that does mean that the Quest Warrior now has been taken off the board. But the real test now for Muggicup is the fact that, again, you know, that Garrote Rogue's not going to be there, but at the same time still needs to deal with that aggro druid as well. I feel like at this point, you know, when you are going into the next iterations of rounds here, when you are going to try and win with your warlock, I feel like you go, you know what, now I'm going to bring out my druid, make sure I can win there, and then I just have to deal with a warlock afterwards in the next mix with my Garrote Rogue. Perhaps that'll be the way to play this out here, but these guys are wasting no time getting into it. Skerrick has already picked out which character it's going to be, and funnily enough, it's going to be that Garrote Rogue once again.
I mean, this is not something you should read too much into. It's purely speculation for fun on my part, but I do think this reaffirms what I said about the Druid is in the lineup to try and draw bans away from the two decks that you actually are here to play today and have a good time playing, that you like to play. And so given the choice between potentially going out playing this aggro Druid deck that's just sort of like ho-hum, well, and playing your cool Garrote Rogue for a second time, maybe getting a big winning combo on stream, I know what I'd be going for as well, Skerrick. You know what's up. And this hand looks better, right? Last hand, unfortunately, just didn't draw the gas. Drew combo pieces that you want to have at the end of the game. Even that passage that was fired off for Skerrick didn't really find the kind of action you need. Whereas we've got one Feeth ready to draw mage spells, swindle, and field contact as well. Potential to, depending on how greedy you get with these minions, draw a lot of cards. And Skerrick looks like he's going full greed.
Yeah, as you can see, just happy to quickly just draw up one of those cards. If your Muggicup's going to play that Cult Neophyte, which will slow down Skerrick for the time being in terms of actually using that preparation. Actually, the rest of the spells, they're still pretty effective here. So Skerrick with a smorgasbord of options despite that Cult Neophyte coming down. But it is a relatively strong play anyway. Of course, a 3-2 with a little bit of an obstacle coming into the play. So understandable why Muggicup would drop this down. But to really just go back to one of the things that you were discussing before, the fact that you said, hey, you know what? Why would you actually just let the aggro Taunt Druid say up before? I believe you said it was mental warfare as well being played into it. To say, you know what? We're actually just going to get rid of that strong known quantity as before. Because I reckon you haven't played it. You're here to play the fun stuff. And like you said, bring in a nice show for us to commentate on.
I'm the kind of person where I can easily fall victim to overthinking that kind of choice, and I do worry that, like, this is not just any top deck, right? Like, the win rates across the board for this aggro Druid deck are, like, absolutely bananas, like, out of control, S+ tier win rates, remarkable consistency against almost every kind of deck you can think of, right? Even its worst matchups are, like, barely 50-50s. Like, you're lucky to have a fraction of a percent over this deck. So, you know, when a deck is that good, I start to wonder about how much the psychological warfare is worth. But I have to respect I have to respect just doing it different, just calling your shot and saying, hey, you play the Druid, go on, play your aggro Druid.
Let's just see. Do you have the sequencing correct?
Show me
I
your
know the
aggro
sequencing.
Druid.
I think I do know the sequencing, and I think you don't, which is why I'm going to let you have it. So
I have so many matches of practice against aggro Druid now. I have trained under the waterfall. Have you? I mean, Muggicup for now, though, in the happy place, playing this Warlock deck that Muggicup is also kind of cruel, if you're talking about psychological warfare, to ban out Skerrick's Warlock, and they have the exact same Warlock list, by the way.
Is that a Pokemon reference, by the way? Because Magikarps train, like, that's how they actually train to evolve. They flap. That's a part of the Pokemon.
I wish I knew enough about Pokemon to make that reference intentional.
That's actually an episode of the original Pokemon.
Damn, okay. The only thing I know about Magikarp is that it's useless, and that James from Team Rocket buys him because he gets conned.
It's true. I mean, you're not wrong. So it's still definitely accurate. But that's actually how they that's actually there. So I thought you were making a double Pokemon reference there.
No. I'm all about the card games, and even the Pokemon card game has just passed me by these days. All about Hearthstone and Magic and other things. But right now, back in Hearthstone, the actual game, we're seeing some cool combos. Prize Plunderer gonna tap that efficient Octobot, since we don't have any of the other minion damaging options free to hand. That is a function of the Prize Plunderer, and so Skerrick taking advantage advantage of the redundancy. Like, this is how you know a deck's a well-oiled machine, and this hand is starting to get cheaper. Look at those field contacts down to 2 cost. The other minions in hand 0 cost. This could be an explosive turn of card drawing. Only 18 cards left in the deck. That seems like a lot. Let me assure you, with this kind of hand setup, it is not. And almost regardless of what Mookie Cup does here, this could be potentially a big turn or 2 for Skerrick.
Well, you can see right now, Monkey Carp does have a pretty sizable hand in play here. A lot of discounts coming into the mix, and we'll be dropping a number of cards right back here. The Gold Shiner is, of course, coming into play to clear away the rest of the board. A Cult Neophyte as well to actually get rid of that efficiency of the Octobot just temporarily, but you can see Skerrick just immediately just dropping that down. 2 field contacts coming into play, and that does mean when all these cards come into it, that is a lot of card draw coming right up onto the mix. And like you said there, that combination there has been prepped by Skerrick, and it is going to be a hell of a turn coming up.
The thing about playing the Cult Neophyte, right, is Battlecry, your opponent's spells cost 1 more next turn, but that's not the heart of the deck that Skerrick's playing right now. We're emptying out all our minions, so we're happily just running out 0 cost minions all day, drawing deep into the deck, already down to 13 cards. Could easily play a 0 cost Ethereal Org Merchant. The only consideration, of course, is that you don't want to completely run out of options for that spell damage that's important to the actual kill. So instead, we will go for a slightly taxed Shadow Step, returning the field contact to hand, and we say we'll draw more cards next turn. But I'm still on 23 life, so I'm not really feeling that threatened. You can come at me, big boy. Hit me with your nulls.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that. I thought maybe, would be happy to play one of the other discounted cards there first, then use the prep, just to sort of get a little bit more card draw out of it. But of course, Skerrick already with a pretty healthy hand, probably didn't want to risk actually getting milled, himself at times. So probably decided to actually just, bring that back, so it would have a bit of extra card draw in the future if necessary. And of course, having the fact that it would be a higher mana on next turns means we get a little bit of extra benefit from it as well. So Monkey Cup, though, still has a number of discounted cards to actually jump onto the field there. There has to be answered at some point, but Skerrick in a much better position in comparison to the last match, and pretty happy to probably win on this rogue there, because even though we were talking about those sequencing, we're making the joke, hey, Aggro Tundra, do you know the sequencing? Because I sure as hell do with the amount of games I've had to play against it. It's still a pretty straightforward deck that almost anyone can pilot and jump into it with very reasonable success. So I'd still be pretty scared with Monkey Cup if I'm not able to actually close out against this rogue right now.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is like you might not be in range to get a kill this turn. It really kind of depends on the draws. As you said, can't afford to overdraw your copies of Garrot in this sort of situation. We're going to do as much as we can. These minions, of course, all going to replace themselves. There's a tradable Cutlass. Prize Plunderer, just picking up those small minions. Okay, there's the Garrot. Now you can probably afford to run out the 0 cost. Okay, just clearing hand space as well. Only 3 mana left. It doesn't look like we're going to go for a win, but of course the second copy of Snap Freeze, didn't see that in hand, actually had a Snap Freeze ready to go, so that will full clear the board for Mugikarp. I mean, the Warlock deck, it is about to set that quest off. Only 3 more self-damage required to flip. Actually, no, that's only stage 2 of the quest.
Exactly. Mugikarp hasn't got there that yet. Yeah,
I just assumed that by this point in the game that would be advanced faster, but yeah, I suppose Skerrick was setting some sort of land speed record in the last round with getting that quest out. And so, yeah, this is actually a huge opportunity to just pass the turn again. And next turn, now we have the 2 Garrots in hand. Now we're down to just 8 cards or less in deck. You have the feeling there will be no third chance for Mugikarp if you can't make something happen right now. I mean, how much burst damage does this Warlock deck have?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it needs to be there, but I don't think he does have the deck. I mean, it's all about having those big payout cards towards the end and dropping them in and then allowing them to do that damage. I'm not sure if the burst is going to be available for Monkey Carp at this point, purely because, one, you haven't really procced your quest too much. You finally are now onto the point where you can complete the ritual. You can get some damage off there now and actually bring some HP back. So Monkey Carp looking a little bit more healthier, but Skerrick has done the damage, has the cards ready to go into it. I think the big payout is just around the corner here, and I don't think Monkey Carp has enough time to draw out the rest of the cards here. Will continue to life tap away. Has got, again, there's 2 Flesh Giants. Some of the Flesh Giants have those 2 Gold Child Nulls to be played here, and a single Flesh Giant, which would be nice and free here, but he's actually going to ban away a lot of these cards here just to keep digging and possibly trying to get
also
that
discounts the Baron Scavenger. I mean, this is a big board, right? This is a huge power turn from the Warlock, but again, it's trading based on board, right? Skerrick had equal much potential to mop up Mugakup's, minions last turn. The problem here is that even that Taunt minion not going to do a lot against the Garrote combo, assuming Skerrick can put all the pieces together right now. Obviously, that's an intimidating board to be staring down, but this might be the kind of matchup, a matchup without charged minions, a matchup without a lot of burst damage in general, where this Garrote Rogue shines, because you get that extra turn, and that can make so much of a difference, as we just saw.
Well, Skerrick now is beginning to really think through that next step of the sequencing as well, not taking the moves right off the bat here. So that's the big thing that Skerrick needs to take into account. Of
really
course,
trying to make
sure the most opposite.
You have a secret passage available, only 7 cards in the deck. You can fill up half your deck with bleeds at the least. How many bleeds do you really need?
I'm about to find out here, because of course these Aether Orb Punches are just causing a number of damage. We're giving a lot of
six red, that's just lethal.
That's huge.
Yeah, just count it out. I actually realized there need be no chances taken.
Yep. Too easy. 2 Garrotes, 2 finishes,
Woo.
2 hits. That does mean that the Garrote Rogue comes through to take the win here against the Quest Hand Warlock here. So Skerrick looking pretty good here. Now it's just a matter of finding out, is he actually practiced on that aggro Taunt Druid?
Yeah, I mean, Combo Rogue is alive and well, right? Just add a bunch of spell damage up, play a bunch of nukes, burn your opponent out of the game. The Warlock list just punished for being a bit slow there, and slow is not what you consider when you see all those gold shy gnolls just charge out on like turn 5 followed by an 8/8 golem, but having those destroy minion freeze combos available was just good enough, along with, of course, just the sheer damage output of replaying Prize Plunderer and over. It just seems like the Garrote Rogue lined up pretty well there, and now you've snuck that through. Your opponents let you play the best deck in the game, arguably. So every chance for Skerrick to advance all the way to winners finals off that one.
Yeah, I think a lot of it now comes as the fact that he was happy to actually play it through. I think playing the Rogue twice probably was the best means going into it, because the aggro Taunt Druid should have a pretty decent hand against the Quest Hand Warlock. It does a lot of damage to itself very quickly, and if you are copying that damage right off the bat here as well, I don't think it's going to have the best effect to it.
I must protect the wild.
Okay, this is gonna be something, right? We haven't actually seen many people play this Druid deck because it keeps getting banned. But this looks like one of the stronger hands you can have, right? Not only do you have your one of Greybough, you also have the one of Oracle of Elune, which is a bonkers good card in this deck as well.
Well, out of 3,200 games that have been recently played, the Quest Hand Warlock currently has a 46% win rate against the aggro Druid.
That almost
Not
qualifies
bad.
it as a counter pick. That's the funny thing, right?
Yeah, I know.
That sounds bad for most. Actually, like, damn, kind of a losing matchup against Quest Druid. That's as much of a fighter's chance as you are going to get. So I guess that in part justifies. It goes a long way towards justifying this Quest Hand Warlock, right? The fact that it only slightly is disadvantaged against Quest Warrior and Aggro Druid, that says a lot for it. So no surprise both players have brought it along. One player saw fit to ban it. The other one is just going to try and run it over. And Peasant, wow, what a great way to start that off.
Yeah, very easy as well. Let's see if he does get something to do with two damage to a minion. Yeah, there we go. That's good. At least has something to do with it right off the bat here. Of course, is going to be immediately using that.
Test.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm getting rid of it. Straight away. Got my touch of Nazarene.
Do we
not going to deal with that,
here?
is it?
It must be tempting. Or I guess next
It
turn
would be
point
tempting.
Oracle, clone, an Augur Merchant, just guarantee some value out of it. Gonna go for that Jerry Rig Carpenter instead and immediately split that new growth fertilizer combo. Such a powerful thing to have access to in this deck. We see it time and time again. Just a brutal amount of stats can be added to the board for very cheap.
So immediately off the back here, you can see Skerrick looking pretty good with a
double
hand
up our
here.
Peasant here.
Yeah, he's going to do
This looks
a
brutal.
Yeah. This is going to be...
Oh, okay. We're
Okay.
gonna
Alright.
go the other way.
Yes, alright, so he's actually just going to make sure this Oracle of Elune can survive the next few turns at the back here. And at the same time, is actually going to double up the Guardian Orc Merchant. So we can just
There
actually
might
make
be
that
the
play.
counter though. Mortal Coil is on board, so we do have ways to chew through that Divine Shield efficiently enough to remove it, which is, of course, critical, right? That Oracle of Elune effect is absolutely game-breaking to allow him play, even for a single turn. But actually, no, leaves it around. All right. Yeah, just doesn't quite have the mana we need, I suppose. The life tap there seems very confident from Mugicup, but I suppose you have to just establish the link. You have to get the quest done above all else, right? And also, you know, this kind of shows the direness of the situation against this Druid deck. We sort of think, well, your opponent fills their whole board up with 1-drops. That's gonna happen. They're gonna have their board filled anyway. I just got to do my thing, you know.
Exactly. I mean, that's
we have Soul Rend on
what
board.
comes to you have to play your game, right? That's the whole point of this. It is a quest hand warlock. You need to start
the next
loading
turn.
up your hands.
You're going to get a guaranteed full clear, most likely out of Mortal Coil plus Soul Rend. So this is going to be a lot of damage, but Mugacarp is just going to try and blow up this whole board and then go again. And I guess this is the test of, like, how many times has Mugacarp been punished like this against the Druid deck? How confident are you that this Soul Rend play is good enough to get you all the way through on just 10 life?
Well, Mortal Coil is going to first be doing that to actually get the kill. Does mean he will miss out on it. Will tap as well. Down to 8 HP. That Soul Rend is coming into play here as well, clearing the entire board at least. There, he's going to burn through a number of the cards in the process of this. Backfire is definitely one you don't want to miss. Another Soul Rend as well, but at least at this point in time, there he's managed to clear away the board, and that means that Scarrick needs to re-ramp up. But we'll be dropping down immediately. Of course, that Peasant as well, just to continue drawing those extra cards here as well. And Druid of the Reef coming into the play here will be the turtle version.
Side. Okay.
And both of us like, really? You would have thought it'd be the shark.
Yeah, okay, so playing, I don't know, respecting the potential pressure out of, like, the rush nulls, perhaps, or maybe the more further removal, but this is where our deck is down to 11 cards, so if we life tap, we can potentially not only fulfill our quest, but get some Bloodshard Bristlebacks into play. Looking at the Raised Dead, seems like it might be slightly wasteful of self-damage. I'm not sure, maybe you need the mana, I guess it's a consideration. If you... That won't enable your Bloodshot Bristlebacks immediately. I'm not exactly certain which minions are coming back here. Okay, we're gonna get... Okay, let's just get the tour guide back. So we're maximizing self-damage. Drain 3. Yeah. And now we will get to life tap. Alright.
Okay, so at least at this point, I mean, at 6 HP there, we'll use now that Bloodshot Bristleback again.
I mean, this is looking alright. That's a huge life swing. Those Bristlebacks cannot be underestimated. And I guess in lieu of a second one, how about double Shadow Blade Stinger? That's quite a clear.
That does allow him to get rid of most of the board, get control back, get back to at least 12 HP. So all in all, Mugacarp's still in it for the time being, but we're seeing that there's a Park Panther there with Rush available there, the Marsupial Carve as well, and the Virtua Brawler. So see what he does decide to do with it as well.
I mean, this is some... Yeah, but we're gonna... The Park Panther, right, this is sort of one of this deck's finishes, right? You want to be using that hero damage to maybe push face or clear the way for your minions to push face, but we're getting locked up in a board-based battle. Mugacarp is outside of burst range. Tamsin Roam is in hand. We're about to add the bigger Tamsin in just a turn or two. I feel like Mugacarp may be over the hump. The biggest consideration is you only have 9 cards left in deck, but right now, if you can manage this self-damage with these Bloodshot Bristlebacks, you've run Scarrick completely out of resources.
You can see there's continuing to just soak up that extra HP, up to 17 now as well.
And now the
Muscle Carve in hand there. Yeah, I think the gas has run out here for Scarrick.
This is just going to be a kill with minions. Look at all these Flesh Giants.
Yeah, free cost cards there as well. We'll drop 2 of them off the back here, and he's lining up for a massive play next.
How is your Marsupial Cup going to deal with these?
Oh, that Normal Infestation's not enough either.
Yeah,
like you said, he got over the hump. It was looking a little bit dire there for a second, but he's managed to get through, and it looks like that 54% win rate was not enough in this case. Even Scarrick knows he's got nothing there, and we'll just concede up. We'll let the sword actually fall down in this case here as well. And Mugacarp coming up basically spades against Scarrick, against all odds really as well, against that aggro Torn Druid.
How many 100,000 games did you just quote the stats from?
3,200. I mean, 100,000 is a bit much.
But you have to consider probably some 3,000 of those did not involve Mugacarp, right? Like
True.
That's what I mean about player comfort, right? Like just the ability. I'm sure a lot of people would have panicked and lined things up differently, would have gone overboard trying to kill the Priestess of Elune, right? But like just the confidence to know, it's like, nope, it's fine, everything's okay as long as I get a full clear off this. But not just a full clear, the biggest possible full clear off of that the Soul Rend, right? Because if you don't kill that many minions, there's no way you get those bristlebacks online to actually drain the life that you need to set that all up. And Mugicup just playing that one like an absolute orchestra conductor.
And definitely playing it exactly the way that we wanted to see there. So very well done by him as well. Even we were a little bit, I don't think he's going to do well against this Taunt Druid, but does manage to come out on top there. Exactly, pretty much. Like, what do we know? We're just the casters here. You know, sometimes the players do just know that little bit more on the back of this. But that being said, guys, we'll be right back as we do come into the next play. We will be bringing you the decider who will make it to the finals here. But a lot of Hearthstone action to follow. Please do not go anywhere. and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open. Here it is now currently week 2. We are now in the winners bracket finals, which means we get to find out who will be making their way to that final spot. Of course, getting through here means you do qualify for the state finals here, so a lot of action coming the way. We're going to continue to watch Muggy Cap play on through, and I believe, don't get at me if I pronounce his name wrong here, right? In the end here, this is a bit of the sad part of it coming across here. It is going to be Bizginiak that is going to be playing up here. I'm not sure if I pronounced it right. Bard, tell me, did I pronounce it right?
Why would I? I mean, I don't know this person. I would... How about if we each pronounce it differently? We're like splitting the difference. One of us is going to be correct and thus respectful. So I'm going to say Bieniak. I'm pretty sure that's...
Baniak?
I'm pretty sure half of those consonants that are too hard...
There's a Z in there, isn't
If there's consonants there that are too hard for you to figure out how to say, just don't pronounce them.
Okay.
Also, like, I don't really know much about Eastern European names, but I have a hunch that the J and the Z don't do as much as you think they do.
We could just say he's beige.
Yeah?
I think that works.
I mean, the play has been anything but beige, right? Very, very explosive, colorful defeats of all previous opponents, overcoming, including Leader of Cola 2-1 in winners semis just before this. So, for Leader of Cola, who we saw get up in our first set, not going to be proceeding onwards to the finals, and instead Bieniak will get a chance to strut their stuff against Mooka Cup, who we saw pull off a very impressive destruction of Aggro Druid in the previous round. We'll see how this actually lines up once the players have selected their decks. Obviously, right now, just going through the banning and dummy matchup phase. But it looks like we've seen the bans already.
Yeah, they've already jumped into it. It is going to be
Hunter I thought
Hunter.
this was the dummy. My apologies. It's actually, yes, Hunter Mirror. That's not something we're used to seeing, but here we are. And they're not quite the same Hunter deck either. Very slightly
No,
different.
there are a few differences there between the two of them, so I'm trying to get in through and really confirm what the big one across it is. It might be the idea. I think one of them is going to be that face Hunter being jumped into play. The other one might be the Beastmeister Hunter, I believe. That's also been up in the decks there. So both of them, not really. I mean, the face Hunter is the higher tier out of the two of them, but I haven't really checked to see how it actually plays up against another Hunter matchup in this place.
Yeah, this is definitely outside of my limited knowledge of Hunter game. Like, Face Hunter, that's something I can understand. The Beast Hunter, I mean, don't get us wrong, they're very similar, but it's the kind of thing, especially in a mirror match, I feel like that's when these small differences between archetypes come into play more prominently, because of course, the rest of your cards are the same, so the difference is this is where you're going to get the most pronounced gap. Whereas against, like, I don't know, Quest Mage, you probably just feel Hunter cards beating you down. You don't really notice which variety it is. So, interesting to see what ends up coming out ahead here. So far, Bieniak putting on the pressure on board.
Yeah, just them basically doing normal Hunter stuff here. As you can see here, a lot of bit of quick damage, and that is going to be the power of that Hunter really being able to do that. But as you can see as well, actually using that change around, allowing you to direct that Hunter power is definitely stronger when it comes to making moves around the map, controlling the board, having a little bit of extra versatility throughout it. But they are going to have Bizginiak there, just happy to continue to pile on as many minions as possible here, and it's going to be up to Muggy Cup to sort of deal with this tempo that's being thrown into his face now.
Yeah, we're flashing back to the previous game against the Aggro Druid there with all the stat buffing going on, but no Shadow Culling to pull your ass out of the fire this time if your Mooka Cup has to do it the hard way, trading on board. Ramming Mount, going to be really powerful here, just obliterating the opposing board. That Warsong Wrangler, you would have loved to have it, stick around and trade off more favorably against some of these low stat line beasts, but unfortunately gets cleared. Trampling Rhino, though, going to live up to its name, trample over to the face, but clear, I guess you can't not clear away that big body, but unfortunately it does set up this Tavish's Ram for a clean trade in the end for your expensive Rhino, and now a Rhino of Bieniak's own, just cementing this advantage. I don't know if a Hunter deck can come back against, a deck so similar to itself with such a commanding lead.
That's basically true in that sense that you either is like, I already know all your tricks, I know exactly what you're going to have here and what's going to happen. We'll be looking at to bring out that Ringling rifle if possible, or
find an explosive trap or something. That would be huge.
Yeah, it'd be nice if he could do it, but he's still thinking through. Perhaps there's another way for him to dig as well.
Do you want to roll the dice that hard?
I mean, at this point, you kind of have to.
I would think you kind of have to.
I think you would have to. I think you'd go, you know what? I need to do this, but it's going to, no dice roll. Missing shot.
Yeah. To be fair, even if you were successful You suspect that a canny player like Bieniak might trigger the trap with the immune while attacking Ram. The big Rhino wouldn't die either. And you end up getting most of it clear with the cards in hand. And Bieniak, oh, that's a nice top deck. I was about to say, beginning to run short on resources. Never mind that. Here's another 5/5. What do you have to deal with that?
We'll drop that Trampling Rhino right down straight away. But here comes the Ringling's Rifle now. Might actually be able to get that answer if possible. We'll go straight for the face there, because of course there's not much we're going to get to. Snake Trap seems to be the pickup here. Very quick plays and decisions coming from Muggy Cup. And at the same time dropping that the Colic as well. But that really doesn't have the same sort of power to it without any minions on board.
Snake Trap, very awkward here. You might hope that you see something like a Trampling Rhino attack onto your minion because, you know, it tramples over anyway. But in general, you know, you're not really concerned about your minions getting attacked here. And okay, yeah, Bieniak running the Arcane Anomaly build of the Hunter. We've seen a couple of Hunters already in lineups this tournament. No one on this one yet. It's all, you know, the slight flex slots in the deck do come down to, you know, your choice of the last one-drop minion you play or the one of, you know, mid-curve trick / weapon. You know, there's a very few number of slots that you can flex around here, so it's interesting to see this card show up. Might not be necessary to get the win though. Mugicup, yeah, just really trying to make these last few cards go the distance. It's hard to see it happening though.
Well, trying to hold on for the time being. I mean, look, that 4 extra damage to the face has been nice, but hasn't really done too much because Mikey Cup's been so concerned with just surviving and playing that there and doesn't have the extra excess mana to be able to use that.
Wait. Bieniak's trying to suss out this secret.
Yep.
Thought about attacking the minion. He's going to go for it. Here's the Snake Trap, so reveals it. I mean, it's not the worst, of course, but there's no damage coming out of this Rhino attack. So that is 5 damage that's just been preserved. That is so much of Mugicup's remaining health. You're going to get another secret after this, forced to clear away the snakes, runs out the whole hand now. Now if you see Explosive Trap, that would be a ridiculous clear. We're going to roll the dice first of all.
It's coming on through now. Let's see if it comes across. No, it doesn't get it.
Oh, I mean, it sort of has to be Freezing Trap, right?
Kind of had to be, I guess.
Tactics, okay.
Okay, happy with that there. We'll allow that one to go into place there. At least, you know, that's something you can have there. It does have a Quick Shot as well, so it can deal 3 damage. So we'll deal with that 3 damage available here as well at the time being. And now it has a Noble Infestation, but still nothing that he really wants to have right now. He wants to play that with a number of different cards. His Monkey Cup's still very low on any form of gas.
Okay, so this is something. So Monkey Cup, I really thought we were going to see the Adorable Infestation all played out there and then draw an extra card off the Quick Shot there, because we've ended our turn without drawing that extra card when we're viciously low on cards. We're heavily behind on board. We have a secret that relies on having a minion get attacked on our hero, and I mean, yeah, like what's the value in holding this Adorable Infestation? Help me out here, Mendrix.
Well, you can't use it. You need a minion.
You need it to... Oh, you can't even give their minion?
Yeah.
No, oh, okay, well then my apologies. It just says give a minion. I thought you'd be able to...
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, I guess you could, right? You could, like, perhaps.
I mean, like,
I doubt you could
what's
give it
what's
to...
1 damage extra to face versus maybe drawing another card and getting something done? And you would get a 1/1 Cub to be able to maybe make your own copy, but look, we're talking about desperate measures either way, right? Mugi Cup, obviously...
Grasping at straws, really.
Yeah, maybe if you can draw a taunt minion or something, or somehow conjure one into play and buff that up, then you can get a copy of that. You got to play for the higher rolls in those sorts of situations. I'm probably not thinking about playing to win there. I just like to draw cards. So unfortunately, the Hunter Mirror has decided. Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Hunter's being played out there in the end, as you mentioned. I mean, it does mean that, of course, that Besniak is going to have to play the Warrior, and the Warrior is still very strong here. I mean, I'm looking at what has been brought here by Besniak, and it's a pretty good, solid lineup. Face Hunter has a relatively good win rate across the board. The Aggro Druid, we've talked this to death. Absolutely a fantastic deck to be running at the moment. And of course, the Quest Warrior as well, 57% win rate across the board in terms of the matches played, is definitely just very powerful here. Very hard to really ban away any of these here. Obviously, the Aggro Druid seems to be the clear choice, and that's been taken away here. But now Monkey Cup needs to win once again. Looks like it will be the Hunter being played this time around, but of course, it has to go up against that Quest Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, we were having fun, right? Thinking about the different lineup philosophies. We see the lineup sort of playing one of these, the big two aggro decks, right? The warrior and the druid. We see the lineup sort of playing one of those and two sort of more personal deck choices that sort of seem to maybe be hoping that you ban out the big deck and they get to play what they like. This is much more like, I like playing these big aggro decks. I'm going to take the two best decks available, and then that one third deck is sort of a bit of your personal expression. The Face Hunt is an interesting one. They'll have to look into more, but I have to wonder, like, is the ultimate lineup one where, like, your third deck covers the other two in terms of beating the decks that the few decks that Aggro Druid and Quest Warrior are weak to? Or do you, like, triple down on being strong at just, like, closing out any weakness in a lineup with three decks that all hit the same pain points? It's tough to say what's better, but I assume we'll find out by the end of this tournament.
Absolutely, and that's a great thing about these tournaments as well, that the meta begins to evolve within it as well, because of course everyone can see the stats between all the players that have been playing into it from beforehand as well. That's one of the interesting key factors here throughout the tournaments. We can even look at it and say, hey, with everything that's been happening here in this particular overview, what really seems to be the stats coming across here. It becomes to get really interesting as the tournament draws on, and you really get to get those numbers and get those statistics in.
Yeah, and I guess we'll find out what this is true in later matchups, but I think a quick glance at like historic matchup data seems to prove that right. Face Hunter does seem to cover the few bad matchups, right? Like the Quest Warlock, the Elemental Shaman. These removal heavy decks that can clear off the boards from the Druid and the Warrior obviously aren't going to stop you just steady shotting the face over and over. So, Bieniac just throwing up this impregnable wall of really tough pressuring decks that are whittling down your health in different ways, and now going to try and whittle down the enemy Hunter in what is going to be a flat-out race here.
And what's been really interesting as well as this tournament has been progressing is it actually is the Hunters that have the highest win rate overall. They actually have an 80% win rate in this tournament alone at the moment out of the 6 games that have been played. Although there have been a lot more games played between the Warrior and the Druid. The Warriors actually had 24 games played today. And seeing at a 50% win rate, the Druid's actually at 50% as well out of the 12 that has been played. So even though they've been getting more games, it's a bit interesting there. The Rogue's been performing extremely well, 63 out of 8 games, which just goes to show that players who have been piloting those Rogue matches really do understand the sequences that they need to be putting into play here in order to overcome those really popular decks as well. So I begin to think that maybe, like you said, the idea of having this really strong deck has been great for Besniak in terms of, playing the Face Hunter, the Warrior, and the Druid. But when I begin to look at it here, perhaps he may fall victim to some of those really impressive Rogue players as the tournament goes forward.
Yeah, it just kind of goes to show as well, you can't trust the matchup data either from this tournament or, the overall match data that we've been sort of quoting. You can find some deck aggregator sites. You can't trust either of those just like on the face of it without any further analysis. It's tools to help understand what's going on. Like you said, the high Rogue win rate, does it mean that, you can pick up Rogue and automatically win a tournament? Probably not. But the players who have been practicing their Rogue decks and understand how to tweak their play and their card selections to the matchup, right? This Hunter deck is theoretically unfavored against Warrior, not dramatically, but somewhat so. But I imagine that some of these small tweaks that we've seen, changes here and there to the few flex slots of the deck. If you're flexing your deck against anything right now, you want to be improving against the Warrior, right? You just said how popular this Quest Warrior deck has become, and sure enough, Mugicup is taking command here.
Looking at it here, 20 effective help there available for Besniak. They're still looking pretty strong. There is beginning to run out of that card draw though, but again, as you can see, does have the extra 2 damage on that steady shot, which means that maybe enough damage has been done to really whittle on through here. And now the race is on for Besniak, who has popped into that Reaper's Scythe there. Does have access to a number of extra pirate cards in play here as well. 2 mana spare. The question is it going to be the Fog Sail Freebooter, or is it going to be the Blood Sail Raider that ends up being dropped onto it? And Sneeva, Cutting Glass.
Okay, the drawing cards, they're understanding that right now you are not the beatdown, right? Classic card game theory coming through. You have to always evaluate, not just, well, I'm playing Quest Warrior, of course I'm attacking face, of course I'm going hard, right? Only one person should be attacking face, right? One of you is faster, and if both of you are just racing each other, the person who's slower is making a mistake. So you got to identify, are you the faster deck? Are you the one who should be beating down? And Bieniac looks at the situation, looks at his health, looks at the cards in hand and goes, I'm happy to just get a full clear off my scythe. That means I'm not trying to win right now. That means I want to draw cards. Eventually, Mr. Smite's going to get you.
Well, as you can see here now, for the time being, is continue to get that. Does get the tracking, which is really nice at this moment in time. Does mean it allows him he's going to discover that card. There is going to be the Warsong Wrangler, which means he's just going to continue to discover cards right off the back here. So a lot of value coming into this particular card here, getting that tracking right now, because to be honest, Monkey Cup didn't have too many options beforehand, and now is able to actually generate some value.
Yeah, Bieniak doing a good job of trying to sort of remove available options, sort of maybe suspecting what Muga Cup's final card in hand was, and leaving an empty board there, not a lot of attractive propositions, but you're a little sad to have already sort of played out that big swarm of Warpatingers we saw get cleared away by the Reaper's side effect. And now you don't get to launch that. The Freezing Trap is finding such a hit there on the Stonewall Anchorman, just wasting 5 entire mana of Ogre, denying the Frenzy effect that Bieniak may have been relying on in his sequencing, and now maybe opening up a window. Another discovery. That's a double buff pair of Rhinos now in hand. So much damage available. If you ever play a minion, you must fear for your life as Bieniak here.
Yeah, everything is looking pretty now dire for Besniak for him to come into it as well. I mean, just looking at that there across the board there, after its attack kills a minion, excess damage hits, it's just ridiculous, right? And he even has Rush. There's a ridiculous amount of damage ready to come onto the board here. If this was at 10 mana, he'd have lethal right now, and I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if he just drops one in. I mean, he could actually just drop it in and get lethal off the back here. Something needs to happen for Besniak right now to actually get some HP back. Otherwise, the next turn might be enough to finish this all off.
Yeah, I mean, you can... I don't really know what sort of AoE or what sort of clear the Warrior deck would have if you just played the Rhinos into play, but... Oh, we go back to the 7-cost Anchorman. That feels so awful, but what other choice do you have, right? This is sort of like what we saw happen in the Hunter matchup just before. Your cards are so good when you're the one pressuring, when you're the one trading on your terms, when you're making them worried about life. But when you're worried about your life and you're fearing for lethal, you can't really afford to play all these 2/3, 2/2, do-nothing pirate cards. And in the end, there's no way out for Bieniak. Hunter win rate continues to soar across this tournament.
Pretty much just continue to push on through as well. I mean, the only time I feel like these Hunters now have losses when they go up against each other. So, again, these players really understanding the sequencing exactly to the mark that it needs to be. And it does mean that now both the Hunters have been exhausted for both these players here, which means now they do need to play out their last few decks there. And it's going to be that Quest Hand Warlock going up against the Warrior here. And I feel the Warrior still has a little bit of an edge coming into this next matchup.
We doubt Mugi Cup's Warlock at our peril. I'm going to flip this after seeing that impressive display prior. I'm going to give Mugi Cup the edge. And in fact, the Quest Hand Warlock, it's slightly disadvantaged against Aggro Druid, as we said. Slightly advantaged against Quest Warrior. Actually, even on the overall mass ladder match data side of things, Mugi Cup theoretically has the edge. And we saw Mugi Cup take a matchup which was somewhat unfavorable and just flip it on its head to get here to Winners Final. So now you have to imagine this is maybe not like a sure thing, but this is where Mugi Cup imagines himself to be when you think about this tournament flow. It's like, yep, I've just got to lean on my trusty Warlock, and this is a good opening hand.
Yeah, as you can see just off the bat here, both these players pretty happy, I reckon, with the mulligans that have come into it. A lot of them have really good mana turns there. Even has a Baron Scavenger as well. It does go that Flesh Drain for a little bit later. Because to be honest, when you are playing that Quest Hand Warlock, you're not really concerned about that mana curve, because you're like, I'm just going to tap into it anyway.
Yeah. I think what I'm looking at is like having the Tamsin in addition to having the Mortal Coil against a deck that plays like a lot of smaller minions, and having that backfire now in hand as well. The Baron Scavenger, might be a little bit hard to play now. You'd much rather play that, as we've seen, after melting most of your own deck to discount it. But you've got the tools you need to at least contest things. And look at that, even the lifesteal to help manage the life total. That's what's important here. Lots of potential here. Now probably considering how greedy do you play with these shadow spells. Do you try and get Tamsin into the picture now early, just for something to do almost? Maybe make Bieniak divert some resources to killing the legend, and actually isn't even worried about clearing the minions. So I guess that is the greedy play after all. Just advancing the quest. Yeah,
freezing that backfire, getting that quest a little bit quicker into play, as you mentioned, and doesn't mean that Besniak is thinking things through. Probably thinks, all right, cool, what cards has he managed to pick up in hand here? He's obviously feeling very confident just to leave up that Stormwind freebooter, which is going to give him an extra bit of an attack onto the mix of it. As you can see here as well, going to continue to push through the rest of that quest here as well as he secures the supplies. Now he just needs to create a... Actually, no, he's already created a distraction. Now he just needs to secure the supplies. And that means he will get his Captain Rokara in the next quest line afterwards. So Vesniak pretty happy with everything coming across here as well, I imagine, for the time being. But here comes Magikarp now with those plays, and he's going to start clearing away and getting those copies with that
double unstable Shadow Burst. I didn't even see that card get drawn. That is the big Tamsin Pale. So much self-damage here. Now, granted, you have to be a little bit concerned about how much self-damage it is, but if you full clear the board and you're now like a turn away from actually finishing your entire quest line, hard to criticize the decision.
Yeah, and he's still relatively healthy at the end of it as well. Sitting on 19 HP. Pretty happy actually considering this is that, because that next play, that next quest coming complete is going to be huge for Monkey Cup, and Vesniak still sitting a bit behind here. Again, has, you know, got to the point where he can secure the supplies, but you really don't want to be a quest warrior behind a quest hand warlock at this point. Normally, you should be the quicker deck.
This is a deck that, like, it's sort of like the aggro. Again, it's or like we were discussing in the matchup against the Rogue before. Apart from Mr. Smite, and maybe the weapons as well, later on in the game we have a lot of mana to spare. There's not a lot of burst damage and not a lot of minions that affect like the board immediately upon ETB, right? Like they appear, they want to sit there for a turn, and then you start beating down, and you want to try and keep like a rolling board presence where even as some pirates cleared away, you're constantly throwing out more and more than your opponent can deal with. That's just not a problem Mookakarp's having right now. He's dealing with them, and the ones that can't be dealt with, like this 2-2 Bloodsail deckhand, they don't seem to present enough of a threat to really worry the Warlock right now.
Well, does finally start to get a bit of extra chip damage on, bringing Magikarp down to 15 , but still has a row of cards available there. Will be that raised dead at the same time, so continue comes into it, as you can see. Yep, gets it back. Gets the Tamsin Rune back, gets the Shadow Blade Singer as well.
Discounted an Atheron with that full hand, and
that's just ridiculous.
Oh my good god.
This is a huge hand. This is a huge hand coming on through, and Monkey Cup on 12 HP says, you know what do you got for me, mate?
Look at the combos. I love this stuff.
More HP back, clearing the board at the same time. Back to 18 HP, and I feel Vesniak now is starting to get a bit worried. He does get the smite, but doesn't have enough mana to really benefit from it.
You got to deal with this 8-6 though. Like again, this deck just doesn't play well from behind, and somehow the Pirate Warrior is behind again. Just the life drain. Getting how many times have we cast one copy of I guess we've cast 2 copies of Drain Salt. We've cast them like 4 times in total here. And we've wasted more time making you kill Tamsin. Like, there's so much damage that's just vanished off of Mookakarp's, you know, damage tracker here. Vaniac's trying to count to 30, having a lot of trouble adding those numbers up, which is natural against a Warlock deck that fills its own life total so much. But unfortunately, the number that Mookakarp's watching is the cost on Flesh Giant, which is about to hit 0.
Well, that means there's going to be a big 8-8 available for play here as well. Is also looking, of course, at a number of other things available, but at least Vesniak has control of the board there. Still has a pretty decent hand in the back pocket here to play as well.
Considering self-damage...
Yep.
This would finish the quest. Okay, if you play Backfire, though, you don't have the... Okay, goes for Backfire. So this finishes the quest, but it does cost you 3. It was considering Raise Dead to finish the quest and have 7 mana floating, which would be a very big potential turn, but realizes that he probably wants to focus on the clear first and foremost.
And probably just looking at it and thinking, you know what, I need to be a little bit careful here as well, because I think a lot of it is just making up saying, you know what, I can just slow this down a little bit. I'm definitely ahead of the curve. I can still complete the quest. I can get a bigger play directly afterwards. So pretty happy overall, I imagine, with this decision here. We'll continue to tap anyway, and here comes a free Flesh Giant just at the back here. So Vesniak needs to deal with a very big hand in the next turn here as well. Does have a few options available. We'll drop down that Harvest Scamp, so he's going to continue to draw out some pirates as well. We'll of course finish that quest line as well. So grabbing his hand on that Captain Rokara.
I feel like, this Captain Rokara, the thing that this does, Captain Rokara, opposed to the other pirates, actually offers like a ton of just really solid stats. They just have to take like an expensive trade against her most of the time. And what you're hoping to do here is you don't just need Smite, you need like Smite plus multiple other pirates to all charge together to try and get through this right now. Unfortunately, we've finally hit the range of the Bloodshard Bristlebacks are coming down and the Baron Scavenger are coming down. The reinforcements are here for the Warlock deck. It took a while with no Soul Rend, you know, destroying half the deck, but we have arrived on turn 8, and now with that extra copy of Baron Scavenger, you're in so much danger. There's a card we haven't seen out of Mooka Cup so far in the tournament. Battleground Battlemaster, chilling in hand. Adjacent minions have Wind Fury. I don't care how much life you scramble together or armor you cargo up to. That is going to be lethal if you can't clear this board, and I have no idea how that works for Beaniac right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I mean, you have the Reaper's Scythe here, which is something, but
yeah,
you're still going to take a lot of damage somewhere across the board here. And you kind of want it to be, you know, on the Flesh Giant, annoyingly, because that's going to give you, like, enough damage to kill afterwards, which you don't want. So you
would need
definitely
to gain
rough.
more attack somehow. Even if you play the Reaper side, like, it just doesn't kill the minions that are threatening you. You need to get +2 attack out of somewhere, and that's just not on the cards right now. So I mean, maybe there's some sort of clear where, yeah, you have to throw, like, if you're looking at this sort of board and you have to throw Mr. Smite into a 6/6 taunt with another 6/6 taunt, like, this is where you can see it. Right? So if this card isn't going face or setting up a face attack, like, you are in monstrous trouble. The match is probably over. And unfortunately for Beaniac, I'm sure he is aware of that. Taps the face lightly with the Ringmaster Baton. And congratulates Mooka Cup, the Warlock Master, just effortlessly dispatching first one, then the other of Hearthstone's premier aggro decks in back-to-back winners final matches to now comfortably make it to grand finals.
Yeah, Monkey Cup looking pretty strong in this competition here. And again, now being on that winners grand final day does guarantee a spot into the state finals as well, which is pretty good. So congratulations to Monkey Cup on that one. But that being said, we do have to see rest of the losers bracket here. There's still a chance of revenge for some of these players that have fallen to Muggy Cup or to other players as well in the past. So it is still not over just yet, guys. We still have plenty of Hearthstone action coming your way, so please do not go anywhere. Thank you, everyone, and thank you very much for your patience, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Cup presented by AEL in Blizzard, and of course, supported by McDonald's. So much has happened in our downtime, so let's bring up the bracket so we can get everyone up to speed, so we can have a look at what's going on. As you can see there, the rest of the losers bracket has been playing through for the time being at the moment. We do have what seems to be our friends there, Besniak, waiting in the wings for the next member, and I believe that's actually been decided. We'll be up against Skerrick, who is going to be playing Besniak there. Both victims of Muggy Cup, if I'm correct there, Bard.
Yeah, Mugu Cup, we saw dispatch Skerrick in a close fought battle. That was the sort of battle of the pet decks. They're both playing a very similar Warlock list, although Mugu Cup, who seems to be a real Warlock aficionado, understands his power, actually banned it out. And then after managing to take that Warlock to victory in that matchup, proved just as good against Berniak in our winners finals, which you saw just before the break. So Mugu Cup awaits a rematch with one of these two players. Which one, though, is yet to be decided.
Just a bit of a honorable mention as well with the rest of those brackets there as well. I did see Blackthorn playing through most of those lower bracket rounds as well. Blackthorn is actually a member who was definitely very prominent in the Uni Cup as well, so it's good to see that there was a bit of a return from that player, and hopefully we get to see them in a few more competitions in the past, but unfortunately they did have to bow out partway through of that bracket. That being said, though, the bans have already come across here for the players as they're getting ready to jump into it. I believe they're just performing now with their warm-up matches to make sure everything is up to speed before we begin. And Besniak, in this case, has actually banned out the aggro taunt druid of Skerrick, which I think we've discussed this before, and I believe we have discussed this before, plays into Skerrick's strategy. We think that it's actually that rogue and the hand warlock that is actually something that he likes to play in particular, or they like to play in particular. And on the flip side of things here, Besniak there is not going to be able to use that hunter, was banned away by Skerrick, so it has to play on that taunt druid and of course the quest warrior. So definitely two very strong decks available for Besniak there, but I think it's going to be interesting to see if it's going to be something where when we look at the metadata, hey, that's a lot of games there for those two particular classes there for Besniak that seem to be performing well. Will that be beaten out here by someone who's just been really studying the decks damn well and understands the power of the rogue and the warlock?
I mean, we're getting to the top end of these sorts of tournaments. That's where I start to put more stock in the individual players and the kind of what their decision making implies rather than the stats, because, you know, again, those stats are bulk. And these players are presumably, since they're at the top end of our tournament, near the upper echelon of that. So they can skew the numbers, just like we saw before. Skerrick has run all the way deep with this Garrote Rogue. That Garrote Rogue deck doesn't really have a great win rate against anything. And yet here he is, you know, in one match away from being in grand finals. And the Rogue is going to be one of the tools that Skerrick needs to rely on to reach grand finals if that's on the cards. You know, we saw the Druid fall for Skerrick before, actually one of the decks that cost the upper bracket match. So, you know, you can't necessarily read too much into the stats here. I'm happy to see this Rogue on the field.
Well, we are jumping straight into the action. These players are very quick with their warm-up game, know exactly how they want to play into it. It will be Besniak starting everything off the board here. It will actually be Skerrick who just decides to end the turn because he didn't really have anything that wanted to be played there. Want to hold on to most of those cards there for, of course, all the different combinations that you can get out of the Garrote Rogue. But that does mean that Besniak is also going to just sit back, relax, end turn, because no real tempo has been played by both of these players at the moment. And I think they're just really just tapping back and forth at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really see if Skerrick didn't want to play the Guardian Org Merchant on turn 1. It doesn't necessarily seem like much of a better play on turn 2. Probably just taking some time to assess the next couple of turns' lines, right? Because you can see from next turn, the plays really start to evolve. You have potentially, you could have prepped into Shroud of Concealment last turn, but next turn you can play Shroud of Concealment, or you could prep to then have mana after Shroud of Concealment to play minions and gain the stealth advantage that it grants, if that matters to you. Obviously, a lot of the minions in this Rogue deck, as we've seen, are more reactive tools. That's sort of its removal is its minions, aside from those spell damage generating ones. So, you know, we're going to see Penflinger performing that role here. The preparation coming in handy, having not been used last turn, is going to, instead of setting up the stealth play, help to make sure that the pirate is fully cleared from the board, and the hand is now more fully stocked for the benefit of that efficient upper block next turn.
Yeah, Skerrick really in that preparation phase for the Rogue does require a lot of sort of ramp up time to make sure all the relevant spells have been essentially efficiently discounted, and also at the same time allows him to actually get some bleeds into that deck, so that way you really do increase your priority going forward. Besniak though just continuing to play out typical stuff there, of course very straightforward on this Quest Warrior. I play Pirates. I'm going to keep playing Pirates. All I'm going to do is play Pirates. Now you have to deal with them in some particular way.
Ooh, okay. Secret Passages doesn't want to use anything out of that hand. Hopes to dig up something a bit more playable here, presumably to try and clear the Pirate. Does find the Blackwater Cutlass, so if it's clearing the Pirate that you care about, I guess maybe it was just recurring the Pen Flinger, but okay, it does look like we're playing the Blackwater Cutlass. Not necessarily trading
Looks like
it
it's hovering. It's hovering, but some little thought there. Skerrick still has some time to play with, and it's considering other options, but will actually just lay it down. Actually going to trade away that cut pass as well, and actually get himself another Garrot in the process.
Remember, we have already gone through a secret passage, so
another secret passage.
I'm out of my depth now in how this interaction precisely works, but we are now 2 secret passages deep and out of mana for Skerrick.
Yeah, as you can see, they're just pretty happy to throw them away. I think that's a bit scary though, is that now that you've used 2 secret passages,
yes,
if you're digging for answers in the future, you're not going to have it.
Yeah. You've got 2 Garots already filled up in hand, but it does make that explosive combo turn a little bit trickier. I suppose we did see Skerrick the last time we saw that successful execute from the Rogue deck. There were no extra draws needed, just the 2 base Garots had so much spell damage on them, they're able to blow the opponent away. But this doesn't look like that match, right? We aren't seeing the Warrior overwhelm the Rogue on board, but we also aren't seeing the Rogue, like, cleanly take control of the field, right? And so you're not getting that chip damage in that would soften Berniak up. You're going to need a lot of bleeds to bring this big guy down.
Well, as you can see here now, just continuing to play Pirates, as we mentioned before. That really is just the idea, just keep on playing these Pirates and down. We'll further that quest line just a little bit further as well in the process as well, just to get closer towards securing the supplies, and of course getting that Captain Rokara that we'd love to see right onto the hand there, starting to make things a little bit more explosive for this Quest Warrior. Skerrick on the other side is getting control of the board here. He's actually going to throw out that
Evocation.
Ooh.
That's a spicy one.
That's huge. That is a nice pick up there under Discovery. That 1 feat can really do some pretty amazing things there when it comes to that spell Discovery.
Yeah, now I wonder what's the play here, because if you didn't have the Garots in hand, I'd almost say like you try to empty your hand except for the Octobots, and then you can play the Evocation and see if you can, like, you know, how likely is it that the Octobot discount is going to matter? I suppose it depends on what the average distribution of mana across a random hand of mage spells is. But potentially, you know, you could use that as some extra gas in your tank, but it does make the sequencing awkward, right? Because typically that's the plan you're already planning to use with your class spells that you have.
Well, Besniak on the other side of that is continuing to play those Pirates, as we mentioned before. Where the quest line is, there we do have them actually pushed on the side there, so that means that the distraction has been created. The supplies now need to be secured, and it's continuing now to put some real damage here onto Skerrick. He's down to 9 HP when all the play is said and done. And Skerrick, if you don't have your answers now, you really are in some deep water.
There's no Mr. Smite in hand, but there are 2 Reaper's Scythes, so that is lethal by itself, depending on what's played here. Okay, so we go for the Evocation. I don't think any of those are particularly exciting. I guess a Corrupted Ring Toss might be cool here if that's what we're going for, or we could go for a Mirror Entity to try and get a clone of like a Taunt guy, or cloning the armor, the Cargo Guard even would be quite powerful, except that whatever you clone is probably getting murdered by either a Weapon Strike or shiver their timbers. So really limited options here. Probably has to lean on just the usual rogue class cards and the deck's, you know, bread and butter here. Charging up a giant Prize Plunderer, it looks like.
We're just continuing to use up all of those efficient Octobots now to really make as much efficiency as possible.
Okay.
It looks like the Mirror Entity is going to be picked up here to play another Corrupted Coin Cost as well. And, you know, we were talking about that, hey, what is going to be the answers here? Will be the Mirror Entity and, of course, the Coin Cost here. So that means there's just a little bit of extra, I guess you could say, back pocket guidance there in return.
Yep.
Something that sort of provides you some insurance when someone does decide to go and attack you. So that's what happens here. It's actually going to be as well the Dirty Tricks and the Mirror Entity sitting there in the secret. So few options here now for Besniak. He wants to actually
Just
psych.
dead here unless
Yep.
these secrets psych Baniac out, and it doesn't look like they will.
Yeah, I'd still attack.
yeah,
be
yeah,
honest.
you figured that right. Unfortunate for Skerrick there that none of the spells you drew into were able to, like, you know, for instance, find you an ice barrier or anything like that. After that, that's such an exciting card to discover, that evocation. It really didn't amount to much. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was a room in that sequence to make more space in the hand. I wasn't exactly certain whether that play was like the most optimal, you know, juice out of that route, or whether it was sort of a hedged bet where you wanted to see what you got off that, and then you were hoping that, you know, that initial spread of spells included something a bit more directly impactful. Either way, though, Beniac just sort of making this a formality here.
Yeah, and there it is right now, understanding right now at this moment in time that that is not a barrier as well, down to 2 HP, so that means probably has enough to really just finish this off the next turn. Skerrick just realizes that that top deck was absolutely useless for him, and that does mean that he's just going to concede it out and say, you know what, I'm just going to have to play this out into the next match.
Yeah, I
see
mean,
perhaps America can bring that rogue, but it's going to be tough. It's against the Taunt Druid. I mean, we've talked about before, hey, it'd be nice if you know, these quest rogues and these Garrote rogues and these quest hand warlocks do overcome what seems to be the meta stats right now. But that was really convincing. That shows you that perhaps maybe these staple decks, which are really core in the meta right now, definitely have some real oomph to them when the rolls go their way.
I mean, that's just it, right? Like, we've got a small sample size here, and we can talk about, like, players, you know, top players bending the stats all we like. But in the end, when the statistical advantage is as pronounced as it is for this Quest Warrior, and especially for this Druid, like, over time, you are just going to see them pick up the Ws. That being said, Skerrick's going to go back to this Rogue, and I like this idea, right? Again, the Rogue is sort of the more high variability deck, both in terms of, like, how it plays. It is quite draw dependent, as you saw there. Had to sort of take a very... I'm going to call that a low hit rate line with the double hidden passage. You're not going to see that in most of these Corrupt Rogue games, I don't imagine. And instead, you know, ended up not getting much done, versus the high roll, I imagine, is capable of taking down even a good, you know, Taunt Druid deck draw, because it doesn't really interact with that deck the way that most do. You don't care about their Taunt minions that much. You're just trying to see how fast you can set up your win condition. And if you get past this matchup, the Quest Hand Warlock has as we've discussed, sort of a modest advantage against both of Beniac's decks.
Well, Besniak now is just chilling out here as well. It has got a fantastic mana curve and pretty happy with the fact to just play out these cards as per normal. Can really get some pretty strong buffs off the back here. Skerrick, of course, is going to have that first turn, but will happily just let it go right on through. Besniak with that coin. He did decide to just drop out my good old Razormane Battle Guard for the time being, but it does mean that, of course, that he's now got a little bit of control of the board, and Skerrick needs to start dealing with it.
I mean, this was the sort of line that really helped Beniac take control early last game, I think. Just having first movement on the board, right? Having that tempo advantage. And it's not just a minion that you can ignore either, right? You can't just leave this Razormane Battle Guard around. So that disrupts Skerrick's plans right away. Whatever it was you were planning on doing to build your resources and optimally sculpt your hand for that Garrote combo, now you have to sort of weigh that against how much you want to kill this 2-3 before Beniac gets to take another turn.
It's just such a strong card in terms of what it does there, right? The idea that it makes these taunt cards more efficient directly afterwards is pretty damn effective there, which means it's definitely something that you do want to get rid of. And the idea is that you're sort of just saying, I'm creating pressure just by dropping this. Mind you, at the same time, for its cost 2 mana, a 2-3 card is pretty much standard. So not only is it creating value in terms of the overall combination, it is just straight up a good card.
Beniac has tanked so long on this turn that it really drives home how important this decision is. He's really trying to decide, you know, do you follow up with the incumbent Pack Mule? Do you coin and go for maybe an Adorable Infestation? Like, what is your line right now to take most advantage of this big Razormane Battle Guard opening? Because you do sense that there's not a lot of downside pressuring this rogue deck, unlike the horrible blowout we saw against the aggro druid from the Quest Warlock before. There's no AoE board clear spell that will readily deal with you if you go super hard, super early. It probably just does better and taxes Skerrick more, forces more cards to be used inefficiently for the purposes of the combo just to survive. And so Bieniak seems to be just spending a lot of time thinking through the next couple of turns, how they'll play out, and making sure that the resources here are committed right. Because even though it's very early in the game, this could be the most important decision made by either player in this whole match.
Now, I believe that we might be hitting a little bit of a viewing error right now, because this has gone
This starts to look, okay. I mean, it's believable that they could be deciding something like that, but yes, this does seem to be a little funky.
Yeah, I think right now we do need to sort of perhaps drop to a quick break, or we get ourselves back into it and just sort of fix up what's happening there. So that's all good in that sense there, while we do get this all fixed up there. But I mean, hopefully we can get back into it and just see how that plays out.
The match has continued, so it is definitely it was definitely on our end. It was sort of we did see the line that you would expect come out, and so play has developed as you expect. Taunt minions played around that Razor Main. The Razor Main then picked off or temporarily banished by Skerrick, and now both players armed with pretty sizable hands as the game progresses, but no damage on either one, which I have to feel like is a win for the rogue player.
Yeah, definitely at this moment in time. You really do want to buy as much time to hold on to your HP, because the whole point of it is going to be a race for that aggro. It needs to get that damage down by a particular point in time, because it will run out of steam. But now that we're looking at the progression of play, you can really see that there are still plenty of options here available for Besniak to really put out some damage here. And now that there's a nice, strong minion board available with very sticky minions, right? These are extremely sticky in terms of what they can do. You've got the Encumbered Pack Mule, you've got an Annoyotron. Really directly afterwards, at this point here, you can then begin to buff these minions up if they still remain onto the board there, and really hit back with some impressive damage.
Yeah, there's a very strong turn from Bieniak, as you say. There are two things that I'm sort of holding on to as like maybe hope if you're a fan of Skerrick or the Rogue deck. The first is that there's not that punishing board-wide buffing spell in hand beyond composting, which is not like a damage buff, right? And the Rogue deck is the kind of deck that can kind of ignore the board state. You don't really need to recover the board as long as it's not killing you. You just need to hold on. And the other thing I was going to say was that we're able to pick off, the weaker minions like that 2/1 Augmenter, despite not being able to fully clear all the Taunters because of how much directed damage there is out of this Rogue deck. You can tell why Skerrick's picked it up, and honestly, I'm surprised the win rate is as low as it is against some of these decks, because, as punished as it is by aggro, it has very flexible, very efficient minion removal for these sort of small aggro minions.
Well, Besniak now just choosing to play the line a little bit differently. He's just going to slow it down, because, of course, with all that wave clear that's available, actually just the board clear available here for Skerrick, is going to be able to just play things there. But you know what? As I said, that Besniak goes wide, drops down a large number of minions here in the back of it. We'll use that composting as well at the same time as well, just to give them a little bit of extra stick. And that does mean that we are moving into the next term, and Skerrick needs to look for some options here.
Yeah, I mean, when every single card in your deck essentially is proactive, if not a minion, there's only so slow you can play it. And I think we've reached the point, Skerrick, where now you really are just sort of like, if you're killing minions, it's incidental. You're trying to get through your deck. Doesn't go for the cram session. So yeah, trades away the Cutlass, which is going to discount a spell, finds a prep. That's got to feel pretty good. Still not quite at the point where you can start pressuring for the combo, though, with 13 cards left in deck and only a single Garrot in hand. So I guess that's why we have to focus on the clear, even trading away the spell damage minion, getting back the Compass, the Cutlass, which does provide a further discount when traded, but probably not the card you're hoping to dig up there. Finally finds the Octobot. And yeah, I mean, this is stalling for time. You are removing minions, you are reducing damage. However, you are giving cards back to Bieniak, and I'm sure if Skerrick had a different hand there, you might have seen like a turbo combo turn and not board clear. But when your hand is full of damage to minions, what else can you do?
Well, here we go. We do have the file.
Brutal.
He does have quite a number of cards here available to make into that next play. Of course, as you can see, he does have the Teacher's Pet, that Peasant, of course, to get a little bit of extra Muscle Cup, just for some good measure as well, and of course, a Neutron, which is definitely an annoying card that could be played here.
Yeah.
So even Besniak now at this point, typically with the aggro Taunt Draw, you go, hey, I just get my cards, I play them, most of it's pretty good. But you can see he's actually thinking through that next step of the sequencing as well, in terms of what wants to be played and what's going to be more effective here in that particular line. So I imagine now he realizes I'm starting to run out of these resources. The time is running out now. Where do I start to really play this through? And here comes all the plays now. It's going to be that Teacher's Pet, followed by the Peasant directly afterwards. A little bit of face damage and then ending the turn.
I was about to say, I wonder if we see the Teacher's Pet now, because the Rogue deck's tools for dealing with higher toughness minions have been somewhat spent, right? We saw the Brain Freeze, I think, used a couple of turns ago, and so you sort of feel that rather than, if you commit to playing the far watch posts, like, maybe they get removed, maybe they don't, but even if they don't get removed, like, yeah, the effect is very annoying for what the Rogue deck wants to do, but they can discount through that cost increase with the Octobot. And in the meantime, those watch posts just do not deal damage. Like, you are not killing your opponent. You're going to give them more mana by giving them an extra turn than you are taking away by taxing their draws. And so I like the decision that Beniac made, but Skerrick finds the clear regardless. Still hasn't found the card draw needed. Actually just goes to the prep right now. So we want to pick our minion back up and not even playing anything with it.
Well, another Archon will be, or not Archon, an Acorn will be found, which means there's going to be a Squirrel jumping onto the mix. The Park Panther, which typically is supposed to be that finishing move there, is not going to be able to be a good finish here against 23 HP. Does, of course, have a Bone Chewer Brawler as well that can be thrown into the mix to really get some extra damage, but I feel like at this point, Skerrick's very happy with the position. We're currently making our way into that turn 7, which does mean that that combo should eventually be set up here, especially because we're starting to get to those lower deck numbers.
Yeah.
And that means that you really do want to start setting up those garrots, putting those bleeds in, and then causing some crazy damage a little bit.
Okay, now, as with last turn, we set up a sort of utility minion behind the taunt body of the Teacher's Pet. This time, it's that far watch post, and it taxes this garrote. Not the hugest deal, but again, just playing out the large board, because I think you sense you actually have more of a... It's weird. You're sort of on the cusp of danger. There's only 11 cards left in the deck, but you can tell your opponent just doesn't have it in hand right now. That's sort of like... limp garrote is even more of a sign, but if they had the combo, Skerrick would have been going for it already. So you sort of realize now is your window to go in, and I guess that combination of minions out of Beniac was just like sort of the best thing you could do in terms of slowing down the rogue and accelerating your own game plan. That being said, Skerrick's decided that this is the time to push. You have to choose now. Do you press face, or do you try and remove these spell damage minions, or just miscellaneous bodies on the board?
With that Arbor up though now, we do have
finally
a pretty powerful hit here in the next one. You can really follow that through. Of course, doesn't have 9 mana to really put it in a pretty powerful combination of perhaps throwing out that Black Panther along with the Arbor up to really get some crazy damage out of the mix here. But I'm pretty sure at the end of the day, you know, he's pretty happy overall to have that. Might choose to continue building up that board a little bit more, then throw that Arbor up in a little bit later. We'll get out that Park Panther as well, perhaps to clear the board, and of course get that 3 extra attack onto Besniak's champion, and then follow through with more attacks afterwards, setting up a possible finish to the next turn if Skerrick doesn't have a feasible answer.
Yeah, I mean, Skerrick's hand's completely known at this point, so if you were saving the Park Panther out of, like, sort of a concern it would be wasted, like, you're making decisions with full information now. You even know most of the cards in Skerrick's deck, they're all bleeds, right? And only unless Skerrick is able to top deck into a hidden passage, then you know that those bleeds aren't going to be coming out as quickly as you can dish out the damage. You may as well just push it towards face. So here we go, create our widest board of attack eligible minions as we can. Hope that they don't find a way to kill the Park Panther next turn, and run them over with Arbor up. It seems pretty likely the Guild Trader wasn't the card we wanted to see. I'm not really sure what is. It would have to pretty much be the passage into some very explosive damage, and the Org Merchant, I suspect, is not going to be it either. It can't even recur the Pen Flinger, so you have to point both of them at the Park Panther, at least removing that, reducing the incoming damage, but it is desperate times for Skerrick now.
As you can see now as well, we'll be dropping down another Bone Chewer. We'll be also getting another Firewatch post there as well. And here it is, it's go time. Arbor up, buffing everything across the board here. He's actually going to be playing this relatively safe. Realize it doesn't have lethal just right now on this turn, but can definitely jump in and cause some big damage here as well. And that's definitely a rough spot to be in when you get a Shadow Step as the top deck.
I mean, at that point, you feel very secure that by killing off the enemy minions, there's no way to recur them. There's no way to deal direct damage to those watchtowers. Even if you draw Hidden Passage, which is sort of the only way to pick up enough burn spells to finish the game in a relatively, viable period of time, that's going to cost you an obscene amount of mana with those watchtowers in play. So, the sentries, they let nothing through, and we see the Druid deck actually complete that matchup as it's meant to on top of the Rogue.
And what was interesting about that as well is probably the more slowest version of the aggro Taunt Druid that we've actually seen play as well. I felt it was definitely times that more cards could be played in different iterations, and I feel that Besniak did just slow it down a little bit, understanding I'm still safe, I'm still good, I'm not going to be dying to this rogue anytime soon. Let's just play it out, make sure that I get a guaranteed win with my sequencing as well. So definitely a different version. But that being said, doesn't mean that Besniak will progress through back towards the finals where Maggie Cup is waiting in the wing to see if perhaps he can get a little bit of revenge, or maybe if he's going to actually be able to fall down once again. Even though has qualified as well for the state finals just by making it into the finals. So big congratulations there to Besniak for getting on through once again. And guys, we'll be right back to bring you the finals of today and close it all out. welcome back to the Hearthstone Open Cup presented by AEL Blizzard and of course supported by Maccas. Guys, we are here. It is go time. It is now finals here between Besniak and of course up against Muggy Cup. It is going to be a bit of a revenge match as well because these guys did play against each other before. Muggy Cup's been waiting patiently for a bit of a chance to actually jump in and get a little bit of another win as well. Also pushing to a higher seeding in the state finals, which is always nice to have. But how do you reckon this one's going to go?
I don't know. This is like the closest match we've seen in the tournament all day, right? As well as being obviously now, as we found out, between our two top seeded players. So it looks like we've got a really tight finals on our hand. I'm interested to see whether the banning strategy will be different because, you know, we saw Mugi Cup, as we discussed, a sort of unusual approach to the lineup, bringing Quest Warrior, Hand Warlock, and Hunter. Had the Warrior banned out, the Hunter decks looked absolutely dominant. So I wonder whether one or both players will ban the Hunter, as we started to see that become more of a trend over the course of the day. But no matter what, I would expect this to be 2-1.
Well, exactly right. I mean, that's the only real outcome.
Okay.
Is 2-1 is probably, or 2-0 could be a possibility here. And what were you going to say?
Oh, well, we've got the bans in, as the match is actually starting up. Neither player has banned the Hunter, but Beniak has banned the Warlock. So we will have a different match. I did not want to tangle with that mess again. Mugi Cup proven too strong on the Quest Warlock all day. Going to have to do this with Hunter and Warrior. And so here we see Mugi Cup running some Pirates.
So a little bit of a difference here into the mix there. Just perhaps getting rid of the Hunters makes things a little bit different here. Perhaps will change a different outcome for Besniak. Muggy Cup, though, as you see, just happy to continue to play these 2-1s out. It's going to be that mirror match about it.
Yeah.
Guess it's all about the high rolls going forward.
Yeah, I was going to say Mugi Cup not looking like a high roller with that opening hand, but man, that Harvest Camp doing so much work to patch up a possibly awkward curve as we, you know, draw into some cheaper and more affordable Pirates. I was worried that the quest progress was going to completely stall out. So hopefully, you know, the next couple of plays line up. It seemed like some of these smaller Pirates have been pretty awkward in other matchups, but at least in the mirror, you know your tempo isn't going to get jumped. You'll have time to run out something like a Storming Freebooter and have it not feel so bad. Mob up the opposing Pirate, get that early board advantage, and see if and when and how Beniak can sort of break serve back and take control with his Pirates.
Yeah, basically both of them are now on 28 HP apiece, but this does mean that Monkey Cup's got control of the board for the time being. Besniak, I think, is trying to cheat a little bit of tempo here by actually bringing up this Reaper's Scythe early. Typically, you do want to have it customize a little bit of extra cards on the board to really proc out that rush, that frenzy effect. So a few things this, or the spell burst directly afterwards, but I guess it's going to be happy to leave that for another time and use a spell next turn. Or perhaps when the UCs this gets a little bit wider.
Yeah, I mean, Beniak, it's this is as far down as I've seen people get in the Pirate matchup without sort of calling it. I'm not ready to call it yet, but this has to be a big turn, right? You've been holding the coin. I want to see what's the tempo play that's going to get you back in this match. The Reaper's Scythe is pretty poorly positioned right now against the 2/5 taunt, so. Do you try and buff your weapon first? Do you try and cantrip into a better Pirate? That's a slightly awkward sign, but it seems like that's the play we're going for first.
I reckon at this point you still don't want to use your spell burst. You do.
Oh, the cannon! No, you're going to go for it for the Cannoneer.
Yep. There it is.
The Cannoneer makes yeah. I was about to say the Cannoneer makes all the difference.
So it is going to be bringing that one out there as well. Of course, also means that the next quest comes into play here, which means that he's going to be able to push that a little bit further. Does get another Reaper's Scythe here, so you can see they're quite happy to blow it up. That does gain control of the board here and puts a little bit of extra chip damage onto Monkey Cup, but 26 to 18, and Monkey Cup now with his hand on the board there, I still think he's in a good position.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, sort of, it's obviously a close to a mirror match, if not a mirror match precisely, but Mugi Cup just clearly in the more controlling role right now, just both from how that early tempo leader figured out and from having cards like Stonewall Anchorman. It's just in the perfect spot. Spend that 5 mana, and this is a card that we've seen be, you know, understandably awkward for some of these Pirate players. Finding a time to utilize it where you get full value out of the Frenzy, you're able to clear the board, it's able to stick around on like a highish amount of life. Your opponent doesn't even have a weapon already in play to clear it, so it's going to really make their next turn's mana awkward. This is the ideal spot for what can be a very swingy card.
Well, now is beginning to choose between that. The Athletic Studies has been used. Claw Machine, the Goldshire Gnaw, or is it going to be the Murloc? It is going to be the Murloc. That fishy flyer is now going to be the choice here for Besniak, who's still sort of just eking away for him to get back in, well and truly into this form of tempo. Still has 4 mana to play with and staring down what appears to be a little bit of a weakened up Stormmoon Anchorman. But all in all being said, nothing really too crazy to see a big turn coming along here, so I imagine it is literally just him continuing to match the tempo, perhaps wait for a better solution in the next top deck.
Yeah, Berniak unfortunately got luck with that one, yeah, you make your own luck in many ways, but unfortunately doesn't have another, draw a pirate card to try and give some more options. Has to just commit something. Goes for the Sword Eater. Obviously sets him up with some decent collateral in terms of that Jawbreaker, having used half that already though. And that Shiver their Timbers, that's the ideal tempo draw off the top in this very delicate position the game's in, where both players are at a relatively risky amount of health, especially Berniak, and that sort of ascendancy is there for the taking. To have that 1-cost removal spell is such a big deal. And now we're going to move on to the final part of that quest line. The 2 damage is going to strike home on the Sword Eater. Not really that efficient, but you can't get to Shiver their Timbers without playing a pirate first. So up to Moogie Cup whether or not to play it right now. Chooses to finish the quest though. I think that's just the upside of being on 24 life. Berniak probably couldn't be so greedy in the same position, and we may see that come into effect now as he fights for his life here.
So you can see he has that 2-3 taunt there just as a little bit of a stopgap, but it's not going to be enough against the current line of pirates he's dealing with. Of course, as you can see as well, does have that Reaper's Scythe available. Could choose to use up that Jawbreaker, then follow through with the Reaper's Scythe there afterwards with the Spell Burst. That's an option that is available, but different things that are happening now. It is going to actually complete the quest, begin to at least soften up some of the other minions here as well. Our Bloodsail deckhand down to 2-1, so has the 2-3 Bloodsail ready to deal with at this moment in time, and perhaps we'll just drop down that Cargo Guard just to gain a little bit of extra armor and at least get himself back into a point where he's going to be feeling more comfortable to be a bit more greedy.
Yeah, it's somewhat awkward. Like, you've got this fishy flyer in hand that looks so good positionally right now on the board, and we will end up committing it, but unfortunately that doesn't advance your quest, and you're 2 pirates away from Captain Ricaro. You know your opponent has her in hand, so you're going to be a full turn behind Moogie Carb in developing the Juggernaut. That's just not a tenable situation.
Well, does actually get the South Sea Captain, as you can see here as well. You mentioned it drops down that Captain Ricaro as well, and is also just going to deal with the rest of another minion in the middle there. And the Fishy Fly is still going to be sitting there for the time being as well. Still can be useful, but like you said, not really the place that you want to be for Besniak. Does get that Cutting Glass. That's something that could be effective here, but I don't think it's going to be anything that's going to turn this match on its head just yet as well. And you can tell Besniak's really thinking, really saying to himself, what could possibly dig here for now? What solution could I find? But doesn't seem to be the case. It's going to be the Spectral Flare coming in as well. It's going to finish off the remains of that Captain Ricaro, but of course, the Juggernaut will still remain on the board.
We saw Berniak play slow in that Druid matchup, as you mentioned, and I feel like that was more a consequence of some like clunky draws from his deck than like a deliberate ideal strategic choice. This is real slow play here, trying to just set up a way that the cargo guard can survive to guard that precious cargo, your whole body, your whole life. Unfortunately, direct damage coming down in the form of Fogsail Freebooter, and of course from the Juggernaut, that passive advantage, right? I think this is the biggest gap we've seen at all in this tournament between 2 pirate players in terms of how quickly they deploy the Juggernaut. And I mean, we're just seeing a tell here, right?
Oh, it's just basically illustrated right now on that HP pools, 22-10. Now you can see that the Cutting Glass will come through. Does get a Mr. Smite, which I mean would be nice if you really had a little bit of extra mana to play with and a few more pirates you could throw onto the board.
There wasn't a 3-9 taunt in the way. Where did they come from?
This is just a lot to really get through at this moment in time.
Berniak essentially conceding the match there by slamming face into that minion. I mean, it's always tough, and this is like a tough spot mentally to be in, right? And I don't want to, again, overemphasize that stuff, but it does matter, right? When you're sitting there watching your hope slip away, right? These players are so focused on like a sliver of hope, this thinnest chance. You're calculating your odds, and that sort of amounts to mentally watching your odds go further and further down, watching your opponent just have it every time. that can build like a lot of frustration, you know, the longer you hang in a match, and sort of you want to hang in there just in case, what if your opponent disconnects or something, but it is taxing too.
You can see there as well, even after that response directly afterwards, Besniak is just kind of like, do you really have to fire some shots into me? And well,
taps with the Ringmaster's baton as the finisher. Damn.
Adding a little bit of insult to injury. Again, you know, you got to play with whatever ammo you have here. A little bit of mental warfare seems to be the go at the end of it there. Just saying, you know what? I'm going to whack you with my baton, and that's going to be more than enough to finish you off. So that being said, we do now move into that next round. Of course, the Warrior is no longer going to be available for Muggy Cup. Does now need to win on just one of the cards left available here, and I believe that is going to have to be the Hunter this time around, or was that banned out? I believe
no, the Hunter. It is the Hunter. The Warlock.
Yep, it is the Hunter.
The Warlock got Beaniac the last time, and Beaniac's like, well, I'll fight the Warrior. I think because it was the Hunter and the Warlock that Muga Cup had last time, that the Warrior's already beaten it. So Muga Cup has now completed a hat trick essentially against Beaniac over their 2 sets of winning with each deck in the lineup, and all we need to do is repeat on this Hunter deck that's looked incredibly deadly in one of the 2 remaining matchups, both of which are basically just aggro races, and Muga Cup will be the champion in undefeated straight sets. What a triumph that would be. However, let me not, you know, celebrate before the clay of the statue is dry. There is yet time for Beaniac to reverse this, and what do you think of that opening hand from the Pirates as Muga Cup mulls?
Having a look at that there, I still feel like, you know, you'd want to sort of just even it out a little bit in terms of what you want to play. I feel like you'd throw away the athletic studies and perhaps also that the Reef Scythe there, but we'll hold on to the athletic studies. I guess it just wants to be able to continue discovering of that sense. That looks like a mana curve that you could really work with here, and that definitely makes some sense there for Besniak in terms of what you put into play here. But Maggie Cap's wasting no time, just says, you know what, let me throw a shot straight into your face there and get the Swift Heener out for Rashi.
The Cult Neophyte, we're seeing, like, look how good this is against the Quest X, right? Oh, is Beaniac gonna big brain this? No, I mean, like, this is not to say that, wow, what a stupid play, you know, putting your quest down on turn 1 as Quest Warrior. It's almost inevitable, which is why Cult Neophyte looks so good. But okay, Muga Cup chooses to press the issue, just making the largest possible hyenas so that it can't get traded away easily by a pirate. That being said, even if it comes down next turn, the Cult Neophyte fairly devastates this hand for, like, what is a minion-heavy deck? Maybe Beaniac finds something out.
He's holding on to it for the time being, and he's just going to let it go. So a little bit there just seems to be on that initial play. And you can see just thinking through what's going to be the next follow-up turn before throwing it across. But
yeah,
Besniak, though, now is also looking through his entire hand. It is going to be the athletic study, so just going to continue to find a few little extra there.
That's some
the
legendaries.
Blade Master Simmer and the Overlord Rungthuk. Some nice little picks up there. Will be the Blade Master Simmer.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any way to buff it, but I mean, even a 1-power AoE clear against this Hunter deck, like, that's actually fairly solid. Mops up these Wolftingers for sure. Which duly come down, so there will be the opportunity for that. Is there a way in this deck to buff the Blade Master? I don't think is Beaniac the one running the poison? No.
Can't remember off the top of my head.
I just pulled up the list, so I'm not sure if there is a way. Most of these buffs are pirate specific.
Yeah, I don't see them actually buffing up specifically one particular member, so
yeah,
looks like it's not going to be the best, yeah. That being said, though, we are just looking at the rest of the line here, and it still does what it needs to do, cleaning up the hitting as you mentioned before. So just sort of making sure that there isn't going to be any random buffs out of the blue. There is an adorable infestation available here for my cap to continue buffing on through, so he's just going to go straight for the face as it's for the face Hunter here. Does bring Beaniac down to that 15, down to 18, now down to 15 after dealing with Hyena finally. And here comes the trampling Rhino.
At least it soaks the full damage from the Rhino, but that's not really where you hope that taunt minion at least survives a turn. You need to be able to safely develop some of your smaller pirates behind this, and this is the story, it seems like, of how the pirate deck falls apart. You just can't keep these little pirates on the board. Most of them, even the ones that have battle cry value, they just don't feel like they're getting the job done if they can't survive, and especially pirates like Cargo Guard. You really want that to stick around for a turn or two, and so far that's proven difficult in this matchup.
I'm here for the gold.
Now we do see Besniak saying, you know what, I need to ramp up just a little bit more. Does have, of course, that extra jawbreaker on hand there.
A lot of
for
random
a little
shots
bit
going
of
to come
damage.
through.
Does actually go in for the damage that trampling Rhino
Will
still
this
allowed
hit?
there. Here we go.
Yeah.
Does get to a knee for that Defiance Cannoneer. That's basically the best case scenario.
Yeah. I mean, that's where we want to be. You gotta be pressuring the face of the hunter as well. The hunter is not going to run out of damage to deal to you. So you must juggle clearing the board, and at least for once, Moogie Cup left without a board and disadvantaged here, at least temporarily. Swaps the doggy biscuit into the quick shot. Not ideal right now, but with such little help on Beaniac, you sense that the 3 damage is going to be pretty good to have. And with the piercing shot as well, setting it up beautifully now. So much potential damage depending on Beaniac's line. Hard to see what you do here to bounce back.
So really at this point, you really
Anchorman?
think you need to start like armoring up at this point there. It does have that cargo guard in place there, so you can cargo guard up, then also use your other cards there. That has to be dealt with, because the idea is you want to get him low enough so that you can just sort of whittle down with that hero power at the very end there. So that's something that is definitely going to be a dire effect there. And as you can see, the armor up seems to be the play here as well. We'll get to at least an extra 5 armor, putting Besniak in a little bit of extra health here, but Muggy Cup wasting no time will of course put down the other member. There will be the piercing shot just to clear
A
the
lot
way.
of damage.
And that is a lot of damage just off the back here. Also getting the spell burst out of the instrument initiate. A little bit of extra damage there as well, and straight back down to 8 HP with nothing in hand.
Yeah, the frenzy. This is where you're glad that you held onto the Stonewall Anchorman. You can draw another card off of that. But like the Warrior deck just doesn't have enough defensive cards. It's not built for this kind of matchup. I mean, you've got your armor up obviously, but that's getting cancelled out by Steady Shot at this point. And somehow Moogie Cup just keeps finding things on the board. That being said, we're kind of out right now. Adorable Infestation, not representing a lot of damage. Never mind. What a top deck.
That piercing damage definitely is going to be enough to actually clear away that Stonewall Anchorman. So that is nice in that sense there. Gets to get the shoot as well. Obviously the excess damage won't be going on to the hero at this point there. So
Yeah,
you can see we'll
considering
use
the
a steady shot.
sequencing.
Yeah.
Okay, just hits face with the bow.
Okay, he's holding on to it. He's probably thinking, you know what, maybe
Going
I can
for
find a
lethal.
way to get lethal at some point. If he doesn't actually use his armor, he might be mind gamed out by it. But Beziak's not wasting he's not taking any risks to that one there.
So you reckon that bow shot was to try and bluff that the card that was drawn there was another weapon, or
Yeah, possibly.
Because you got to try and psych them into thinking it's something that isn't piercing shot or the Rhino, right? And they're going to be pretty likely to suspect that it is one of those two. Unfortunately, I don't know if I 100% agree with Surrender. I mean, like, obviously you might just win on the spot, and maybe there's no better play. Maybe it's not worth just clearing the big Anchorman, but now the Anchorman is even bigger, and you still don't have a clear way to lethal. Summon a 2/2, blow away the captain, buff your demon, make a hound, shoot the guy. You know, they gain 2 extra armor by the turn you give them. Maybe this will work out. Beaniac definitely not out of the woods. Down to 4.
Well, he's going to play everything. That means that there is no longer any gas left in the tank here for Muggy Cup. That is all the cards there. The hand is empty. Besniak, on the other hand, sitting on 4 HP, still has a full hand to deal with, continuing to draw out a number of cards here. We'll, of course, use that Anchorman just to continue clearing away. Now, that's just going to be 2 Muscle Cubs without real too much happening there for them to actually get advantage of it. And you play it safe, as you can see here. It's just going to be using that armor up as well for the time being, so that way he can't fall prey to the Hunter hero power.
My question here is, do you need to do something defensive, like dig with Athletic Studies for some sort of defensive armor or taunt card, or try and use the Fog Sail freebooters to get a full clear here? Or do you just play Rakara and say, if you don't kill me next turn, you lose?
Seems to be a bit of a different dig there.
Okay.
Does decide to actually just go straight for the face here.
Yeah, I missed this slide. Sorry, I thought that the hero had already attacked. That's a way better clear.
Yeah, that's perfect. As you can see, gets rid of all the minions available.
Yeah,
that is not the card that you want if you're Monkey Cup at this point.
Wow,
Because you know what?
Beaniac.
Not going to happen there. Got so close, but was unable to close out that win against Besniak, and that does mean it's going to be a 1-1 does also put your hat trick that you were talking about completely off guard here as well. And things might look the way here for Besniak if he's able to continue this momentum into that next round.
Yeah, I mean, squeaking through by the absolute finest margin. I mean, you talk about that famous scene at the start of Pirates of the Caribbean where, Jack Sparrow manages to step off the very, very tippest last point of the completely sinking ship onto dry land. That was the pirate performance we just saw. Exactly. Like, his whole deck sinks into the sea and vanishes, but he is dry and ashore and still fighting for this grand final title against the Hunter Mirror. It's not an exact mirror match. Again, slight differences in flex slots. Beniac, I believe, playing slightly more spell burst folks. There's the arcane anomalies in addition to the intrepid initiates that both players are running. I can't exactly spot where those cards are being made up on Mugikup's side. I think it's a slightly higher curve, perhaps. But
yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah. One less wound prey as well on Mugikup's side. I'll hunt those down. Oh, that Mugikup has a tracking as well. So yeah, it's interesting. And of course the True Aim Crescent, which Beniac doesn't play at all, that feels like a real statement. 2 of the epic weapon for Mugikup, none for Beniac. Do you think that like sort of has an impact in this matchup, or is it just preference?
I think it is an idea of just preference as well, but I think it just gives it a little bit more versatility for Mugikup, which is probably why, when we did see before, up against their last matchup, he did seem to have just that little bit of an edge. One's more cookie cutter, one's more specifically dealt to deal with these sort of things. You get the advantage of the face hunter while at the same time being able to edge out against others as well. I think that's the really nice thing about these players that do bring a little bit of a different deck to the mix there. Everyone else is running cookie cutter, but if you're the person that decides to just take one card out that perhaps isn't going to really affect the entire style of the deck there, it's still going to have its initial strengths, but it does give you something that makes you stronger against particular weaknesses or allows you to handle with mirrors better. That really does become extremely effective.
Yeah, and I do like that you have, it seems like the right balance. 3 weapons, still not too many. You've got the tracking to help sort of select if you are playing a deck with sort of more niche cards spread them out of those sorts of tech cards. Having a card selection spell like tracking in there is excellent. So you can tell Mugikup puts a lot of thought into it as well. It's not just sort of like, oh, I got to throw a random card in here. But obviously it does mostly come down to like the card draws and the sequencing when both players are essentially on a very fundamental game plan, the most basic one of all. And right now we're seeing sort of one large beast go up against some small ones, but a great draw out of Mugikup mirrors biscuit for biscuit. The doggies will clash. Hyenas, I guess, I don't know if they're more cats or dogs, but right now only one beast survives, and it doesn't really care what it is other than, I suppose, dead from wound prey. Man, this is an absolute slobber knocker, just trading on all sides.
Yeah, and they're very quick trades as well. There was a bit of thought there, of course, beforehand, but as soon as basically everything came into the mix and I understood what sequence they were going to follow directly afterwards, both players just really unloading the abilities and the plays directly one after the other here. And so you can see there, Mugikup's continuing to ramp up a few extra things there. Of course, we'll get that Snake Trap as a little bit of a side companion on the side of that there. Besniak as well as continuing to draw more cards, and we'll also throw out that Baraka Bane as well just to get a little bit of an extra card draw in and perhaps allow himself to maintain some tempo. But Mugikup seems to be beginning to pull away and is really beginning to put some extra damage down onto Besniak.
I don't know. I mean, it depends what do we get there. Pack Tactics, that's a pretty good one to find. And so Mugikup trying to make those 2 secrets work by pressing face damage and asking Beniac to trade back. And Beniac, I mean, it was an excellent time to have Cult Neophyte in hand, right? Right after Barracuda Bane loads up the hand with spells. You can see 5 cards there in hand being taxed right now. That being said, Mugikup at the start of all of that was forced into that line, not because it was necessarily a brilliant get-sure game winner, but like your 5-drop in hand is Trampling Rhino. Both players have 20-something life. That's not ideal. Your opponent's last couple of cards, Warsong Wrangler and Barak Kodo Bane, those are going to go so much farther, and so Mugikup is forced to go all face, all in, hope that you can end the match before that sheer weight of extra cards in Beniac's hand tilt the scales of this grand finals irrevocably in Beniac's favor.
Well, as you can see here now as well, Besniak is now beginning to push that aside as well. Is forced to play those more inefficient cards directly afterwards as well, and this is going to start to spring the traps.
And
Snake
it's
Trap now out of play as well. Oh, that's rough on that side of things there as well. And as you can see there, it's also going to get the Pack Tactics as well. Another clone of the Cult Neophyte. And that just makes things even harder here for Besniak. That is just so rough there. At least
that's
you'll be able to get a Trampling Rhino. That's something at least.
That's with all the 1/1 snakes now. You suddenly have ideal timing. There's a lot of X1s on the board, but that's an ideal target to trample over. And the trampling rhino going in here. Yeah, you just need to try and fight and get the board back under control for Beaniac, but this is a lot of damage going face now. It might have been too much. Those Cult Neophytes and those secrets, that combination of them specifically, might have done it, just summoning so many free bodies.
Well, as we do see here now as well, I mean, there's so much for him to actually chew through. I'm just taking into account what he's actually got. He's got a few aimed shots there. He's got that Trampling Rhino as well in hand, but even though he can do a lot of damage, it's just not enough to actually get the lethal. And the other thing of this is you just need to somehow clear stuff. As you can see, he's actually dealing with most of the board here with these quick shots instead, and that's really rough considering the scenario here. Maybe he's bought enough time to continue the map, but of course that just means Monkey Cat can continue to buff up. Does have another Cult Neophyte as well directly afterwards, which is going to make things even rougher, and I think he has more than enough damage to finish.
Yeah. It's such an awkward spot because you're not a warrior, right? You don't have armor up here, or you have to not only clear the board, but then somehow still present enough damage to kill Mugu Cup before Steady Shot comes into play. And Mugu Cup, with that just desperate push, is able to snatch away the game. The clutch Cult Neophyte inclusion, stymieing the potential flood of card advantage from Barracuda Bane for just long enough. And man, those Hunter decks, they don't take long at all. Mugu Cup, I believe you can say that's a deserving championship. Pull out all the stops there. Well done.
Absolutely there, and you can tell, I mean, we really had control from start to finish going through that particular match there. And in terms of the previous ones, yeah, there was a little bit of a rough start there as well when he did decide to actually go up against that Quest Warrior. But again, it's a very strong deck there, so not really able to roll in position that you want to as well. But overall, I mean, look, guys, that is that day. Big congratulations to both these players, because both of them will be going through towards the state finals. That's still something that's very big there, which means that it's still going to have a few opportunities for Besniak to maybe get some revenge if he does manage to get into that competition and find himself up against Maggie Cup once again. But that being said, guys, we'll be moving to a quick break. We'll have some interviews with the players that have made it through to the state finals, and of course, a bit of a demonstration of some mercenaries. So please do not go anywhere. everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Open Cup. It is week 2. We've already crowned our winner today, and that is, of course, going to be Muggy Carp, who came on through with that pretty unique approach of bringing the Hunter in, whereas everyone else has sort of been holding back a little bit on other cards. That we've been seeing a lot more of those rogues come into play. There's hand quest warlocks, but a little bit is coming across, and he's ready to come into it right now. Muggy Carp, how are you going today, mate? No, can't hear you, mate. Didn't come across there. Can you try checking your settings a little bit there, if you possibly can.
Happens with VMix sometimes.
Yeah, it does happen from time to time.
Yeah.
Can you
Alright,
can you use a hand? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we heard that. Nice,
how
nice.
Sorry, the camera is like the opposite to the mic. To turn the camera on, it has to be red, and the mic is green, so it confuses me.
Nah, it's all good. I imagine it's your first time using VMix, right? So these things happen from time to time.
Yeah.
So all good in that. But how are you going today? How do you feel after winning the tournament?
Pretty good. Pretty happy with how it went. Finally getting a win. I sign up for tournaments every few weeks and never made it this far, so yeah.
Massive congratulations to you there, and just, you know, I imagine you're probably feeling on top of the world. If we had another tournament like this, would you be jumping on top of it? Is it something you'd want to enter and do again?
Yeah, definitely. I love doing tournaments. It's better than just playing ladder every day. It gives me something to practice for, and yeah, I love to join them.
I wanted to ask, obviously you seem like a really practiced tournament player, but especially so on your Warlock deck. We saw you pull off a couple of really very assured seeming wins with it in the upper bracket, and so much so that your grand final opponent actually banned it the second time around just out of respect over, something like the Quest Warrior that's really in the meta right now. Do you feel like that is a bit of a signature deck for you, or how are you, bringing this Warlock deck into the lineup?
Well, actually, before the newest set, I barely ever played Warlock. It wasn't a class I picked up. I pretty much played Priest all the time. And since Priest was pretty bad, pretty different after the new set, I decided to pick up the Warlock because I've just practiced it every day. I really like the deck, played it so much. Very comfortable on it. It's my most comfortable deck for sure.
It definitely showed as well, and you can see that you were very comfortable pretty much every time it was on screen, non-stream. So really well played with that being said there. One of the things I do want to talk about is your Hunter deck. It did seem to have a few different sort of iterations in terms of what's being used there from the typical cookie cutter Hunter builds or face Hunter builds out there at the moment. Is this a stylistic choice? Is it purely preference? Do you think this is something that gives you an extra edge over the other face Hunter decks floating around at the moment?
Yeah, well, I had a very similar list to the other players before, and it didn't really work out for me. I wasn't really winning a lot, which was not great. It's not a very hard deck. So I watched a couple streamers, saw they're bringing True Aim Crescent, which really helps in stuff like the Mirror Match and other board-based decks like Warrior, and it really seemed to push the deck a bit further.
I suppose my question here, it's sort of related to that, but not as directly about the card choices, more the balance between the classes that we've seen, right? All the talk last week was about the aggro druid and, of course, the warrior. And in terms of general win rate over ladder and things like that, they've only gone up in the time since. But this tournament, we've seen a completely different story, especially towards the sort of higher end of the tournament where the really skillful, experienced players, I presume, are a lot of those decks getting upset. Do you think it's sort of just how it played out today, or do you feel they're a bit overrated in the meta?
Well, the druid matchup, I am not very good at versing that deck. The only deck I feel I can win that matchup is definitely the warlock because of Solar End. And most matches I actually did ban the druid because I just don't feel comfortable versing it. I think it is very good. Hopefully the nerf that's coming will make it a bit worse, but yeah, I am very scared of that deck.
If I can follow up, you said most matches you banned it. We saw at least one of the matches where you didn't, right? In the upper bracket, where you were up against Yeah, do you is that because you know the player you were against? You sort of sense that aggro druid wasn't the strongest deck in that lineup. I think it was what druid, garrot rogue, and your warlock deck, like the same one.
Yeah. I think I banned the Warlock in that one. I just
Yeah,
mainly because uh, I really don't like the mirror matchup, so I was hoping I wouldn't have to play it. And I know how that deck works, so I know it's very scary in the right hands. So I don't think any of my lists were guaranteed win against that deck, so I just banned that instead of the Druid and hoped he wouldn't ban my Warlock.
Fair play on that one. I have a bit more of a fun follow-up question for you here, Moggy Cup. And as you know, I
all right.
imagine you've been playing the game for quite some time here. So hear me out when I say this. If you could completely remove any card right now in its iteration and replace it with any card in the past that you've liked to use before, what would you get rid of and what would you bring back in?
I would definitely get rid of the quest mage, the mage quest line. I don't like that deck very much. It wrecks my Warlock, so that is not very fun. And I would bring back probably Shadow Reaper Anduin, I think. It was the first deck that I got Legend with. I really liked it. The control-y version of it, not the combo one. It was really fun. I really liked that deck. So yeah, I would bring that back.
Excellent there.
Awesome.
Well,
All
I
right.
think from that
Yeah.
there, yep. I believe that's all the questions we have for you at the moment, Muggy Cap. But that being said, mate, we do get to see a bit more of you in the future, of course, when you do get through to the state finals. So congratulations for winning this one and qualifying on through. And we will be just moving to a quick recess while we do bring on the next player, of course, who is going to be your opponent or your previous opponent that you managed to best, Besniak. So thank you very much for being with us, Muggy Cap.
Thank you.
Pretty fun with that one there. I think I do like the idea that he wants to bring back the Shadow Reaper Anduin. I think that's something that would be a hell of a lot of fun moving into the next rounds then, or something like that. Obviously, I don't think it's going to happen, but who knows, more crazier things could be happening in the next things when new decks come into play and new expansions begin to open up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a priest player, willing to experiment with different archetypes and decks outside the meta. Seems like a really thoughtful person. I mean, most of our champions are, right? You sort of get that type a lot in card games. You need to keep an open mind and be aware of sort of the data and the flow of things in the meta game, but also willing to experiment, because if you're doing the exact same thing as everyone else, you have to be exceptionally good and lucky to come out on top. But if you tweak just a little bit, you can get a pretty sizable edge compared to everyone doing the exact same thing. And I like that the combination of attributes seems to be there in our champion last week, our champion this week, and even our second place finalist, because of course to get that far in the tournament is a pretty big win in and of itself.
Absolutely. We are just getting them prepped and ready as well. So hopefully we will get to hear some thoughts from them as well in the near future, but just a little bit there. But apart from that there, I do like that idea that you're saying. The idea of tweaking just seems to be the traits of the players that will have the most highest chance to really progress further into this tournament. It's exactly why we're here. Of course, everyone's saying, hey, the game's really figured out at the moment. We've had that idea of those mini set decks just shoring up a few of those extra stronger decks at the moment, specifically that Quest Warrior is something that we've harped on before in the past. But something else that I do want to take into account is something we heard from one of our last players in last week's interviews, is that idea is whenever the aggros seem to be just pushing that little bit further, a little bit harder, it means control decks are just around the corner, and there must be some sort of formula, some sort of solution towards it. And those players that can figure out that solution before everyone else will have the best edge going forward. That being said, though, I believe we do have Besniak ready to roll. He's just sitting in the back corner. So let's bring him up. Let's see what we've got to say there. Hello, how are you going today? Oh, seems to be a little bit of an issue there as well. Just check your mic as well. We had the exact same issue with Muggy Cup as well, so hopefully we can get you in. Let us know when you're there, and if you can get on, jump on through, just shout out when you've got there. But of course, we just want to know how you're going today, mate. How did you enjoy the tournament? And when you do manage to get yourself into the interview, let us know how you're going.
All right.
Oh, nothing there in the
Well,
background,
hopefully,
guys. So we're just gonna be yep.
I was gonna say, hopefully we can catch up with Beniac soon enough, if only to get the correct
Yes.
pronunciation of the name. It's been killing me all day,
Yeah.
whether or not I'm right or
Yes.
you're right. So we'll find out who looks like a fool. Okay,
All
hopefully
right,
we've got him on
cool.
the line now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. First
Wait.
things first. How do you pronounce your name?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can.
Okay. Well, I don't mind how it's pronounced. I made it like 6 years ago. I pronounce it as Bejesniak. But
Bejesniak.
Okay.
Biesniak is fine as is fine as well. Like it doesn't bother me.
What do you prefer?
Bejesniak is fine.
Bejesnia. All right, cool.
Bejesniak it
I know
is.
to look. We need to have it, right? Because Bard, we have to commentate this guy again when he's in the state finals. So we need to know
Yeah, exactly.
how to pronounce his name, right? So Bejesniak
Haven't
it
seen
is.
the last of you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have to come back, mate. And that being said, how did you enjoy the tournament today? Did you have a good time? Obviously, you weren't able to get there in the end. Is there anything that you've learned that you might apply in the next tournament?
Yeah, this is actually really fun. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, so it was definitely a new experience. And I didn't even get a crazy amount of practice in before, but I was just here to have fun, and I'm really like proud of my performance. And unfortunately, I couldn't get there in the end, but Magikarp had like a really good lineup, and shout out to them for winning because that was really good.
Yeah, if I can expound on that, I'm shocked actually to hear this is your first run in a tournament because obviously there are a lot of people who are proficient with their decks individually, just playing a lot. But there are certain skill sets related to tournaments that take their own practice, sort of. And you sort of mentioned one of them just right there, right? Lineup composition. What's your sort of handle on the meta right now? What is it about Mugakarp's lineup that's good, and what made you choose your lineup?
Well, I think Magikarp's lineup was really good because he had a good mixture of aggro and the control with that Warlock. I noticed, like, when I versed him the first time, his Warlock completely destroyed me, so I had to eliminate it when I versed him again. But I think the meta is very aggro-based, but then there are those tech decks, like the Warlock, that can just shut down a lot of those aggro decks.
Well, it's good to see that, going forward, that's probably something that you're going to have to include in your iteration as well. And I was looking at your lineup; it did seem to be, pretty straightforward. Most of it had pretty decent win rates across the board here. Is there, if you could change any of your decks going into the next tournament? Because again, you are going to make it. We are going to have you there. What would you actually bring this time around, or would you have what you continue to have right now and actually just make some small tweaks?
Yeah, I might consider making this Warlock deck and trying it out a bit because it seems very good. I'm not sure what I would replace because I think Druid is very good right now, and so is Warrior. Face Hunter's a bit flippy sometimes, but if you can get like a good opener, it's a very strong deck. So we'll have to see.
That actually brings up what I was going to ask you, Ray. You sort of mentioned it being a bit flippy there. In the grand finals, I mean, the upper bracket match was spectacular. I think it was my probably favorite match of the day. Grand finals, you went out on 2 losing mirror matches, right? I think first the Quest Warrior, then the Face Hunter. Slight differences between each list. What do you think is the biggest factor in those as you were sort of, struggling through them? Was it the changes in the deck list that Mugakarp has made, or was it just the relative high roll, low roll of those specific matches?
Yeah, I think he definitely got some nice openers, but I want to with his Hunter deck, he had some very nice like tech cards, like the I don't know the name of it, but the one that makes your spells cost more next turn, and also the True Aim Crescent, the weapon. Those are very good tech cards, and they definitely paid off for him. With the Warrior one, or in the Warrior one, I saw he was running Rancor, which I wasn't, but it didn't get to be played. But I think that would have been a big factor if he got to play it on my Hunter deck as well.
Yeah, playing the full
Absolutely, you did
Rancor,
see
2
it.
Rancors and a Lord Barov. Yeah, full combo.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
was huge actually. That's all good, man. I mean, the Cult Neophytes actually did come up big, and we did reference that when we were going through about how they just popped up and really made it so hard for you to actually play the cards that you wanted to directly afterwards. I asked Magikarp this. I'm going to ask you as well. If you could get rid of a card and replace it with any card at the moment, what would you do?
Get rid of a card.
Yep.
Oh, And replace it with any card. What do you mean by like from Wild?
Like any card from Wild that you want to throw in there again, you can put it back in.
Oh, okay. What do we get rid of? Get rid of this stupid Warlock. I don't like it. No, I'm kidding.
Just get rid of the deck. Get rid of the class.
Yeah.
I don't want anything to do with it. Get rid of the Demon Hunter while you're at it.
Deleted.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably one of the bigger quest things. Maybe even like a mage thing, like a mage card. And if I would have to bring in a card, just bring back Zephyrus. Honestly, it's just a good card. Just bring it back.
No, fair enough there. Well, Besniak, thank you so much for coming through and answering. Oh, I even got it wrong already. Bejesniak, thank you so much for coming on through here and answering all our questions there. Can't wait to see more of you in the future in the state finals. So definitely looking out for that. And I hope you have a fantastic day, mate.
Hey, you too. Thank you guys.
Alrighty, so that's everything said and done for today. We've crowned our, 2 finalists there, and of course our winner. But we do have to do something today, Bard, that we missed out in the beginning of the day.
I won't actually let you go without paying some sort of due to my mercenaries-based dominance. You might elude me personally, but we will not escape without a demonstration of my power.
Yeah, look. There will be a demonstration, don't you worry. The mercenaries are coming on through, and guys, we'll be right back as we get that set up for you, so please do not go anywhere. We do have a little bit of a thing here. Sorry, guys, I just jumped in there. My voice decided to die at the last second there because the competition is obviously over for today, but I am just quivering in fear of the fact they have to go up against Bard now. That's literally the problem that's happening at this. I'm like, oh no, Bard, he's got me. He's going to have me pretty much there beaten. Look at those eyes. They're ready to jump in and just make sure that I am beat at this point here. We do have, look from last week what was happening here, a little bit of a... Look, he beat me. Let's be honest. We did a best of 3, and it was a bit ridiculous. And I have not had the chance to jump into it and actually get it there and get to a point. Yeah. But Bard has been very nice to me and says he's going to play a completely different setup here in order to make sure that it is going to be a fair competition going forward. Now, Bard, what have you got set up for me here in terms of what you're going to bring?
Well, last week I just picked up Mercenaries like the day before, same as you, and I was messing around. And since then, I've been going through the single player content, sort of like the path you follow is how you sort of unlock new abilities and items and stuff for the various mercenaries you have. Just kind of grinding it out and
Mhm.
enjoying the references to old WoW stuff. And I accidentally made all of my orcs, my big horde party led by Thrall, all level 30, which is the maximum.
You
So
accidentally, just out of the blue, they just.
I don't know what happened. I kind of like blacked out temporarily, and then suddenly I had a maxed out mercenaries team full of all these nice synergies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shelve that, and hopefully by the end of this league, at least, you will have prepared a team of mercenaries worthy of facing the war chief. But today I'm going to show off something else fun. There's a lot of different themes that you can go with in mercenaries, and I've been playing around with some of them in the background. So I'll pull up some lesser mercs for you to fight.
All right, that sounds good. Well, I'm not going to just make it, completely the same as before as well. I'm going to make some changes to my starting lineup that I do throw onto the board here. Let's jump it in there and see how we do. I think we are going to get the match up and rolling in just a second. But
yes,
in terms of this day, you've discovered a lot of things on this long road in this journey, like you said. A lot of items you get picked up along the way. Some certain things that make you have a little bit of an extra edge against your opponents that they might not be ready or prepared for. On your journey, is there anything that you've found that perhaps might just break typical meta at the moment, you feel?
I don't know about breaking the meta in terms of PvP because I've been sort of grinding up my characters. I only hit the maximum level recently, and my thought is I want to unlock all the options to explore first, and then I'll figure out what I want to sort of take up against other players. That seems the natural path. You grind a max in WoW, and then you do arena. But what I've really enjoyed in the Orc lineup that I've been playing is Blade Master Samuro. It's not even one of the legendary. It's one of the lowest rarity mercenaries. Has this double strike based ability where so long as you've damaged something before he strikes again and powers up his attack each time. And when you consider how the critical damage system works, which is like a sort of basic scissors paper rock that is like the core mechanic of this game, you can absolutely explode like even the toughest bosses in basically one turn. It's pretty funny.
I love the idea of that, just sort of saying all I need to do is get one little bit of damage on, and then directly afterwards I've got this one character that can really blow through, and like you said, just one shot a number of bosses directly afterwards. Obviously, a little bit comes to the fact that, hey, you need to keep your Blade Master alive. Sometimes they do the exact same thing to you as well. Have you ever had any moments in your travels where when you're playing, something happens where all of a sudden they blow up your Blade Master, and you go, okay, I'm out. I'm conceding right now. I'm coming back to my quest. I'll do this another time and make sure I keep my Blade Master safe.
Oh, have I ever? I mean, one thing you'll learn if you play this game, right? I didn't really expect this, but the AI takes no prisoners. Like, it will almost always, unless there's specifically like an enemy that's random, it will shoot your weakest guy. It will absolutely, like, the AI sees all possible lethals on your mercenary. So especially when you're leveling up a mercenary, trying to like sort of nurse it from the fragile level 1 to its final form, you really do have to be careful that they don't get randomly exploded by a single hit. But you kind of just hide them in the back like a low-level Pokemon until they gain enough XP to be a valuable member of the team.
It's one of the things like you throw it in there and just kind of like, all right, come back, don't do anything. Like just throw one attack. Don't even throw an attack. Just sit behind one of the tanks. Make sure everything's all good there. But as you know, abilities just go
further back.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep going in. No, not that far back. You still need to get some experience. Okay, just get there. We go. Perfect. Stay right there. And you just like walk up to it, put like a couple of shields behind it as well, just to make sure everything's all good. But we are going to be jumping straight into the action here, and I'm going to change things up a little bit. Typically, I don't actually play, these cards right off the bat here. So that's a bit weird on that side there.
Yeah. So we'll see what you've come up with.
Yeah.
I've selected some of the characters I've sort of got. They're in training right now.
I
haven't really got them
all the way
point I want them to be, but I'm excited to see what they may become. In part because I've gotten a lot of mercenary coins for them, and that kind of just pushes you one way or the other.
Well, so here we go. I think right now, looking on the screen as well, you can see that my cards are actually guarded and covered. So sorry guys, but you will see that, as you can see, I am putting out my Orange Hellscream, my Millhouse Metastorm, and my Rakara. So a few of these guys do need a little bit of extra oomph in terms of how they go. It looks like it's relatively even across the board here, so let's see what we can figure up here.
Yeah, you got some level 15 on all of yours. I've got level 16, 14, and 8. That's probably about even.
It should be alright. I reckon.
All right, and we've each gone for a different, a fair balance of the classes. It looks like one each of the protector, the fighter, and the spellcaster.
Pretty much, just to sort of like even things up a little bit and get that mix. But I do know for a fact that you do like to personally look for something that's a little bit more aggressive in terms of you play. Like, what happens if I just load up 2 fighters or 3 fighters? Have you found any like specific synergies there where you can just throw in 3 fighters and see what pops up?
Well, I remember how I mentioned the critical damage system. I've been we're issuing our orders right now, and then once we've all issued our orders, then it will it'll go off. So I'll just queue up my actions here. But yeah, basically the way that critical damage works are blue things beat red things beat green things beat blue things. It's very difficult to overcome that natively. So you can't really cut out one or the other. But what you can do is change up, like, you can play a blue character like Tamsin that's just not a healer at all, right? You don't have to play a healer. You don't have to play a tank. You're over there playing Grommash Hellscream. You can hardly call him like a sort of typical tanky character. Let me think what I can do here.
You think you through what you're going to do next, aren't you?
Unfortunately, you can't retreat your character to the bench like you can in Pokemon unless you have certain special abilities.
Yeah, which is why it's one of those things where you kind of go like, hey, I'm running one carefully for the time being. Please don't, please don't take it out.
And with the characters having different speeds, you sort of got to consider how low health my Rithorian is. I'm not sure what level your Grom's Shield Slam is, but you could very easily take Rithorian out before anything happens. I'm going to try and take a slight risk. Alright, let's see how this goes.
I might have made sure that your Euphorium's definitely going to go down.
Oh, that's not great. Ah! Yeah, that'll do it. That Shield Slam is actually Grom's best ability, believe it or not. It's like, that's what I've ended up leveling up so much. Just nothing else is useful, at least at beating like dangerous bosses, is slowing down your enemies so that other people can hit them, including your Blade Master, twice.
Yeah, it's crazy as well. Like, it's like an ability that lets you just do a number of different things. What's going on here? Okay, I'm just...
Oh, I have to replace my killed mercenary from my bench.
Ah, okay, fair enough. That's why I was like, why can't I do anything right now? I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. All right, cool. So we figured that one out, which is fine.
Now I've dropped in Anaconda. Gonna press some buttons. The ordering of abilities is mostly determined by their speed, but then also a little bit about where you click. If you click, if you have abilities that are the same speed, you issue the orders in the order you want those moves to go off.
Right.
But when it comes to ties between players, I believe it's random, and when it comes to like numbers that aren't tied, you just follow the speed of the abilities. That takes a bit of learning, but it's pretty intuitive, right? The system has got a lot of modular complexity rather than upfront complexity.
I think I do like that as well, because then the idea is that players that really do understand the differences between like the different speeds, what could possibly happen, those different iterations really does begin to play things up a little bit here.
All right. So I've actually, I lied. I actually did bring a healer. Anaconda is a fighter with a healing ability. The heal is like her best ability by a lot. It's mostly better on beasts. It gives beasts 7 permanent health and 7 healing. You can heal other stuff as well. So I'm using that to keep this shadow beast alive as long as I can. And Sneed over here.
Oh my god, it's another one out there.
Yeah, it turns out there's not. If there's a max number of units you can have in play, I haven't found it yet, but that's usually because the single-player missions tend to end once you get too many of them. So we can see how many of these demons you're willing to fight through.
I know. I'm not willing to like fight through many of them. So is it Sneed that's spawning them? Out of curiosity.
No, Tamsin is summoning them. The warlock summons the demons. The pirate is shooting saw blades at you.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm already committed now, so you know what I mean. Like the sunk cost fallacy has officially kicked in.
What can I do here to get rid of this? Let's just keep piling on the damage, and you'll notice I can issue attack orders with these void consumers. But the thing you learn, and this comes down to the point you sort of astutely made about the Blade Master before. Your enemies are always going to attack you, pretty much. So sometimes if your guy is low, healing is in short supply, not all abilities can be taunted by your tanks. Sometimes you just have to take a turn off attacking so you don't, like, deal even more damage by trading to your character and kill them.
Well, one of the things that I can see as well, it's just sort of happened here as well, is Lady Anaconda's actually mending these beasts up, which is making things a bit rough here in terms of what needs to be happening
Yeah.
here.
Also, every time Tamsin uses a shadow ability, they get +3/+3. So most abilities that aren't your basic ability have some sort of cooldown. Usually it's just 1 round. But because you weren't able to kill the first one the first round, Tamsin takes a turn off in between, casts a shadow ability, buffs all of them that are in play. Anaconda's healing the one that's the lowest. I'm now spawning a 3rd one.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit ridiculous. Just
Hey, Millhouse has the AoE though. You killed Sneed. He's dead.
yeah, no, that was the plan. Like to just sort of
Alright.
like amp things up a little bit. So maybe I might be able to get my Millhouse to a point that I can actually just AoE up.
Okay. I'm gonna bring out another blue character because you have 2 red characters in play, so we'll do some double damage stuff.
That makes no sense there.
That's a cooldown spell, so this won't kill you. Let's use this first. Use that. And then Beast, I guess. Anaconda actually has her own summon, but I don't like it as much, and I want her to keep healing. So you're spared from giant cobras.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take that.
My mercy is deep as the sea.
As
As long as you stop casting that. cut that out.
That's my only way back into this. What do you want me to do?
I want you to die.
No, I want to leave.
Okay. Well, that was important because I'm down to my last mercenary on the bench. You're actually winning there for a brief moment, in terms of sheer numbers, but I'm ready to rock. I'm allowed to. The reason it gives me a pause there is you're not normally allowed to reposition your formation, which matters for some abilities. But when during that sort of bench time, even if your mercenary wasn't the one that died, you can reposition your benched, sorry, your in-play mercenaries. So that's a thing. And now I want to. We'll just use this.
See how it goes.
And ready up. Oh no, the healing's coming through. Of course. Okay. I guess it's only fair. Maybe I just need to take out Millhouse.
Possibly.
Unfortunately, Anaconda, I've heard damage spell is so bad that I refuse to level it, which I guess doesn't help the being bad part. So, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
A bunch of damage. It's not going to kill anyone though, so let's. And you're probably acting very early, but I can't do anything about it either way. So let's just shoot that. Press this button.
Alrighty. Alright, I think I've got something here. Let's see how it goes.
Just get out of my face. That's the thing I didn't want to see happen. Okay, well, whatever. So taunt only taunts like physical attack type abilities.
Yeah.
But that's what I decided to play. I went for Millhouse. You actually, the other ability I've been casting with Tamsin, the reason she hasn't been dealing damage is she's just been charging up her shadow power, which also blocks healing. But unfortunately, you managed to get a turn off there where you used all your heals without them getting blocked. So it wasn't very effectual. Now I'm out of shadowy boys, but you're running out of people mostly.
I'll see what
Run,
yeah,
bro.
exactly. I'm just trying to figure out what we're going to do with this one here.
Okay, what can we do that is fast? Not that.
Alrighty, let's see if this works out for me. Maybe I might have something here. You've
You might.
because you just let my Millhouse like get too much like
Yeah.
value out of like all those arcane smashes that it's been able to do.
Well, I was charging up my own side of the board as well, but I didn't expect. I expected you to run out of gas before me, I guess. After all of that, so
And then I was just
Yeah,
able to defend with the appropriate members at the right time. I just changed things around a little bit here, so
yeah.
see how we go.
The fact is, no one in this party has like a super fast ability, and I don't have the shield slam. Remember what I said about the shield slam? God, it's good to readjust your opponent's like order of abilities. And unfortunately, I don't have that capacity because my Grom is not around. So now I'm down to my last merc off the bench. Here is King Crush.
Okay.
I admit I like too much, and thus is a little higher level than everyone else.
Oh wow, he's huge. Here I'm thinking I might have a chance. This is like I don't have a chance.
I'm very sorry about King Crush. Also, you've got 2 blue guys, so
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, let's see how this goes.
That's all I can really do at this point. I hope this goes the right way.
Come on, King Crush. I know you can do it. Make this special looking. We only get one today. You got to do all the winning in one go.
Oh my god!
Wow,
look how
that
much
was
HP got out of the blue.
Yeah, because remember what I said about the beasts? It's like doubly effective on beasts because it gives them 7 health and heals them for 7.
Oh wow! Look at that! Boom.
So and the snake's attack is always equal to its health. So if Anaconda gives it 14 effective health, it's just healed for 14.
There we go.
So
I think this is it, boys. I think it's gonna be the boss, even though you gave me a little bit of a.
I mean, it's close.
Oh, what? Where did this guy come from?
King Crush also has summons. lot of summons on this team. It might have been the theme of putting it together.
Oh no.
Anyway, the other reason you summon all these beasts is because King Crush has this really cool other ability called Terrify, where you charge up based on how many beasts you have, and then you just absolutely obliterate something.
Yeah, that's just happened there at the very
Right,
end.
you technically got me down to 1 mercenary. Those are only 2 summons there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, like, yeah, but I was kind of thinking, like, for a second that I might be able to, like, come out of the blue and just, with the underdog story, come out on top. But unfortunately,
I mean,
you pull out you basically had a little bit of an extra ace up your back pocket towards the very end there.
Well, I think it's important to notice as well, like the critical damage thing is really good for overcoming. Like that advantage seemed huge for me at the end with Crush, but only because I waited till all of your red guys were dead, right? You find that even your tankiest character dies very quickly if they get double damage from everything.
Yeah.
And there's easy ways to stack that up, and your health growth like caps. That's why like level 30 is the max. You can keep empowering your abilities, but you can never get like that tanky is the harsh lesson I found.
So it kind of gets to a point there that maybe even tanks to a degree don't really have the same level of scaling towards those later stages. You might not see as many of them unless there's a specific ability that really makes them viable in that
well, I think it's like the tank characters have those abilities that constantly heal them or reduce the damage they take that kind of lets them do the tanking role. But in terms of like my DPS, just having a really high level Blade Master doesn't mean that he can just, you know, tank hits all day, because he'll just take 35 damage from a half level red guy and die.
Exactly that. Well, is there anything else that you found as well in the backdrop that you know like to throw out there in terms of things, or is this just get grinding and hopefully you find that particular thing that works for you?
Yeah, sure. If you are trying to play this without buying a lot of booster packs like I am, when you finish missions, you get mercenary coins for random heroes, but random within a subset based on the mission. And if you get enough coins, you can just craft that mercenary even if you haven't opened them from a booster pack. So you can technically free to play this. And also, if you are trying to get treasures for your guys, you got to do quests for them. Look on every map for wherever the swirly, mysterious stranger spot is, and always, always, always route through that, because if you have free space in your sort of mercenary quest board, that's how you pick up the quests that unlock the treasures that are sort of the other way to upgrade your characters. And there's no other way to do that as far as I know. You've just got to make sure you're hitting them as often as possible.
Thank you so much, Bard, for your wise words of wisdom there. I'm definitely going to be taking that to the match hopefully this week here when I now that I've got a little bit more free time, and hopefully it won't be a 2-0 next week. It'll be a 2-1 and I'll have a little bit of advantage to come back and claw back into it, my friends. So that being said, guys, thank you so much everyone that is still hanging around for the Mercenaries demonstration, and to everyone that's been watching throughout the day. I really appreciate everything that's come through from the players as well. We still have more of the tournament coming up next week. We'll be back once again at 10:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So please, guys, do make sure that you do tune in to see what happens next week when we bring to you the New South Wales Conference. Until then, guys, I'm Mendrix. This is the Wandering Bard, and we'll see you there.
So relaxing.
All hands on deck. First, the pirates go. Ugh.